Okay, because
platform.
it says on YouTube, StreamYard, you're allowed to join. Never mind.
It says that on StreamYard that you can join.
On 16. Never mind. It's not StreamYard.
Well, yeah, and that's the thing. I would love to have you on, and I'd love to have your input. But if I
Hey,
have you on, then there's like things that I can't do it.
I
So I'm
think I
sorry,
think if
buddy.
he comes on my channel, I can engage him on Prophet
What's
Daniel.
your
Okay, well
channel?
then you go
Prophet
over to
Daniel has
him, and
spoken.
then
What's your channel? I'm sorry.
Prophet Daniel has spoken.
Okay, okay.
All right.
Thank you.
No worries.
thank you. Okay, I'm gonna drop him off there. There we go.
All
Okay,
right.
are you
So
still there?
what's your name? I mean, how do I recognize you?
My name's Eric. You can call me
Eric.
Eric. I go by Eric Sekifer, which is
Eric
kind
would
of
do
a
good.
spin
I
on.
mean, Eric is fine, I
Okay,
suppose.
people don't like, most Muslims don't like the Sekifer part.
Hmm.
And I actually had a Muslim actually give me that name. Um, I don't think he meant to, but
Is there a way that I
he
can
did.
increase the quality of the video on Streamlabs here? Because I think the quality is pretty poor at this point in time. I can bump it up to like 1080p.
For mine, it is fine. Let me see. No, the only thing I can do is control my resolution. I cannot control your resolution. That would be,
But I
I
don't
would think,
see I don't
yours.
see how I can do this here.
Well, where it says video on the bottom there, it says stop video. There's an
Okay,
arrow on the
okay, okay.
bottom
I
there.
got it. I got
You
it. I
click on
got
that
it.
arrow.
I got it.
That
I think it should be better
should have.
now.
Look at it. Look at it. Look at it. Hey, look, he just showed up. I didn't know he was coming. Cut us some slack. people are harsh around here. Okay, so the Islamic dilemma, and that was what the debate was about. And I am in agreement with most Christians when we look at what the Islamic dilemma is and the verses within the Quran itself that support the dilemma. In that, if you're going to say that you're going to, and Jake's whole, let's just forget about the debate just for a second. You talk about the inspiration, reliability, and authority of the Bible. Okay, nowhere in the Quran. I mean, could you and I agree, Daniel? Can you and I agree that nowhere in the Quran does it mention, or does it say that the Christian scriptures have been corrupted? Would we agree with that?
Sorry, just bear with me. So what did you say? Nowhere in the Quran?
Is there anywhere in the Quran where it says that the Christian scriptures have been corrupted? What is
Yeah,
this?
it does.
What is this? Hold on, what is it? The false crucifixion of Jesus Christ is a cover-up for the church to openly practice human sacrifice. The enchanted unicorn. Why would you say that? I don't understand that. Let me just address that real quick. The false crucifixion. Oh, wait, no. Let's see. Where'd it go? Right there. The false crucifixion is a cover-up for the church to openly practice human sacrifice. Okay, well, the human sacrifice part is just stupid. I'm sorry. I mean, when you post stupid things in the chat, I'm just going to call you out on it. That's just stupid. Now, the false crucifixion part, I get if you're a Muslim, because 4157 says that Jesus Christ was not crucified. It only was made to appear so. If you read the whole verse is it's wrong in three places. Number one, it's wrong where the Jews called Jesus Messiah. So the Quran is wrong there. Jews never called Jesus Messiah. This is why they rejected him. This is why they wanted him crucified. Hello. The second thing is that it says that he was not crucified. The crucifixion of Jesus on a cross in first century Jerusalem is the most attested to event from the first century. If you are going to deny a historical event, like the crucifixion, if you're going to deny that event, no problem. You can say that, the Roman Empire, Oh, Julius Caesar never existed, or Julius Caesar was never an emperor. Okay, fine. What you're going to have to do is you're going to have to provide something what we call evidence. You're going to have to show us somebody from the first century says, no, Jesus was not crucified. Don't give me this crap about, the resurrection. Don't give me any of this stuff where they don't believe in the resurrection. I get that not everybody agreed with that. But the crucifixion, that's a different story. So if you are going to say that it is a false crucifixion, I'm going to need some evidence. And don't give me some Muslim site or some heretical document like let's say the Great Treatise of Seth, or something from the Ebionites and say, he was just a spirit and he couldn't be. Don't give me into that crap. Nobody believes it. Everybody knows they were heresies. Everybody knows that these were documents that were developed centuries later. You're going to need to provide me some type of evidence that he was not crucified. And in addition to that, not in addition, maybe this would help. Maybe a peer-reviewed article from a reputable theological or historical journal that says that Jesus wasn't crucified. Then you can have your Quran. Then you can say, okay, the Quran, we believe it's from God. But if you can't demonstrate that, then it's your problem. It is your responsibility. If you're going to make an assertion like that, if you're going to make that assertion, it is your responsibility to provide the evidence. Just because God made it look so, that doesn't count. You can go to Hogwarts and get the same thing. So I don't want to hear this. It's because God said so in the Quran. Okay, so Daniel, I'm sorry.
No problem.
This guy got me going. The Jews, what is this? The Jews lied and said that they killed Jesus Christ and the prophet Jesus. The Jews did not kill Jesus Christ. It was the Romans who killed Jesus Christ. Please, if you're going to do this, you have to get your facts straight. Okay.
Hey, Eric.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you really want to know what the unicorn actually is?
It's a rhinoceros. Is it a rhinoceros? Is that what it is?
Rhinoceros.
Is that right? I didn't know that.
Yeah, welcome to the show, Mr. Rhinoceros.
Rhino. There you go. Okay, Daniel. Sir.
Hey,
sorry.
How are you? Right.
Good. Are we on your channel yet?
Yeah, my channel is streaming as well right now. Yeah.
Man, looks like you got the studio going on there too. You're making me jealous. I just got my little room here with my little library, my pigs in the back.
So, can I ask you something about the debate between Jake and David?
Yep.
Okay, what are your concluding thoughts on who won the debate?
My thoughts is that if you're a Muslim, you're going to think that Jake won the debate. If you're a Christian, you're going to think that David Wood won the debate. Everybody, that's the way it broke down at the end of it. So it really doesn't matter who we think won the debate. If you want to, judge us on content, David Wood. There's no doubt. If you want to do it on style, the ability to finesse, the ability to, one of the. There was a debate that we reviewed this week, and one of the things that I noticed, and there was a word that I used for it, was insufferable. A lot of times when you get into these types of, when you debate Muslims, the insufferability, you know what I'm talking about when somebody's insufferable, they come up with this snarky, snide type, they just cannot engage in a conversation. They have to make jibes, throw all kinds of cut downs and denigrations in the process. They just cannot engage in the debate itself. They always have to add to it, and it makes people like Jake. And Jake is one of the most polite debaters that I've seen. The only other one that I saw better than him would be that Hassan Shibli. So Hassan Shibli was by far the best he was wrong, but he was the best presenter Muslim as far as presentation, but the rest of them are just insufferable. I can't stand talking to people like that, because that's the only thing that they're focusing on is denigrating.
You haven't watched me debate yet, yeah?
Watched you debate? Are you insufferable too when you debate?
No, I believe I'm pretty well-tempered and composed.
Well, I'm going to go over and I'm going to check your channel out. And don't be giving me any of this coming up here, sneaking up on me like you've got like 1 million viewers over there on your channel.
No.
And you're just coming in on some guy like me.
No,
You think
I have only like around 200 subscribers at this point in time, so lower than yours.
Well, how long have you been doing it?
7 months.
Oh, well, I've been at it 5 years.
Whoa! Then
And
how come your subscriptions are too low?
Because I'm not people don't like my insufferability. I can be insufferable too. I admit that. It's not a big deal to me.
People are sometimes difficult. I don't know what they like on the internet, but it's hard. I've been putting up this 7 months of effort here, and it's disheartening to see I've got 200 videos and I've got 200 subscribers. So it's like, what the heck? You know what I mean?
Well, how often do you do? Who is this? No, Andrew, you're not blocked. I can see your. You have over 200. How often do you? I mean, you have to do it like every day if you're.
Like, yeah, almost. Videos. I'm doing every day these days.
What do you do? What type of format do you do? Do you do it like I'll bring people on. All we do is just discuss them and talk, or do you do
I try
PowerPoints?
To do the same. I try to do the same. People are not really fond of me just yet. They don't come up to me. They more often chat in my chat, and I keep responding to them. And I've done over 20 debates by now. All right, and one of the biggest debate that I've done is with Sam Shimon.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
How'd that turn out?
Sorry?
How'd that turn out for you?
How did that turn out? It's the same thing. Christians go back thinking Sam won, and some of the Muslims go back thinking Sam won as well, and they thought Sam cooked me. But
well, I mean, hold on. Ready for this one? Sam can be insufferable at times too.
Absolutely.
Let me just say that.
Absolutely.
I love Sam. Don't get me wrong. I love Sam Shimon, but he can be a bull in a china shop.
Yeah, absolutely. I call him Sam. I call him Sam Scam Shimon. So he's a scammer. So I thought I gave him pretty tight answers from.
What was the debate on? What was it on?
It was just general Islam versus Christianity kind of debate on SFT. Do you know
on
SFT?
What?
SFT, standing for Truth Ministries. You don't know that channel?
What's it called?
Standing for Truth Ministries.
Stand for Truth. Yes, I've heard of that channel before. I don't know.
Yeah, it was. I've got some debates on that channel. I've got a few debates on reason and theology. So I've got like 20 debates on my channel right now. If you go to my channel and go to playlists, there is one called debates. So if you go into that, you will find all of my 20 debates, 20 plus debates.
Well, I'm gonna check you out. I'll tell you what. I'll go ahead and subscribe to you too, just to see how well you did. I'm gonna check that. Now, did you see what this guy said? This guy said that he beat you. I mean,
yeah, that's what stupid Muslims think, because they don't understand.
Okay.
Stupid Muslims, they go with tradition, right? They go with tradition. But I'm not a tradition guy, so they immediately think I lost because I don't go with tradition. You see, right. So for them, I have a losing position straight away.
Are you then just a Quran only Muslim? Or
yeah, I am. Yeah.
How can you do that? See, I don't understand that. Maybe you can tell me. But in the Quran, does it not say that you have to obey Allah?
Yeah.
And His Messenger?
Yeah. Of course.
So explain to me the part then where it says, okay, if you're going to obey, whether you believe the Sunnah, and I wouldn't believe the Sunnah either if I were you. I'd stay away from that stuff. But if you're going to say, okay, the Quran from Allah? Is that God's speech? That's God's word, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, and then if you're supposed to obey Allah and the messenger, and the speech of Allah is the Quran, how do you know what Muhammad taught? I mean, if you're going to obey him, what are you going to do? How do you do that if you don't follow the Sunnah?
Yeah, so this is the thing. I mean, obeying is, you need a man in front of you who gives you instruction to obey him. And that's what early Muslims did. When they heard Prophet Muhammad give them a command, they would obey him. Right? Mm-hmm. It's as simple as that. Obeying does not mean sitting and listening to stories that Prophet Muhammad is narrating about something else. It's not about narrating stories. Obedience is about following the commandments. Like, if the Prophet asks you to come out for jihad, you better do it. Right? So that's what his obedience is all about. It's not about sitting in a mosque and as if he's narrating stories and people are keen on listening to these stories and then continuing to broadcast them. That's not what it means. I mean, the best companion, the long-standing companion, I should say, Abu Bakr, who was with the Prophet from day one, how many hadiths do you think he narrated? You can't go more than 24. You cannot count more than 24 into his account. Okay?
What?
Yeah.
Wait. Hold on. Say that again. Abu Bakr, the first caliph, Aisha's daddy.
Yeah.
The best friend of Muhammad.
Yeah.
You only have 24.
You cannot count more than 24 hadiths in his name. You cannot.
That's including Bukhari, Muslim,
everywhere.
Dawood,
all of the plethora of volumes of the books of hadiths. You cannot count more than 24 in his account. It's Abu Huraira. It's Abu Huraira who comes later on, like towards the end, and he has some 5,000 hadiths to narrate. Can you believe that?
Right? Yeah. Sure. Yeah.
So it's unbelievable. I mean, this is what these Muslims follow, man. I mean, it's pretty awful. It's incredible. So if hadiths were important, Eric, listen to me. If hadiths were important, don't you think Abu Bakr would have done a smart job of documenting these hadiths as he documented the Quran? He would have certainly did it.
Yeah. Well, there's all kinds of other problems that come up with it. I think the hadith, and this is just me thinking, and I read this. It's not that I'm a brilliant man or anything. I read this somewhere, but the hadith became popularized during the I think it was the Abbasid.
Yeah.
During the Abbasids, while they were in Babylon.
Yeah.
And at the time, you had Jews. This is where you get the Babylonian Talmud. So you had the Jews writing down all of this, the Midrash, Mishnah.
Yeah.
There, and so in order to copy that or to have something equivalent to that, to stand on what the Quran was, this is why it was developed. And these narrations,
absolutely.
And we're talking, 2 centuries.
Absolutely.
Bukhari is 870, I think, is when he has contributed to writing this. Muhammad died in 632. This is 130 some odd years later.
Absolutely.
Okay, so let me ask you this then, and it deals with that. In the Quran, it says also that Muhammad provides a good example for them to follow.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, if you don't know how he lived, how are you supposed to follow that example?
Well, the Quran is talking to people who were alive and present. Okay, so the Quran is directly talking to an audience. It's talking to a community. To the community, the Quran says, you will definitely find a good example in Prophet Muhammad, right? So they are watching him, they are living with him, and this is an example that they're looking in front of their eyes, and they're required to obey him in every facet of their life. And when they did that, they got to the successes that God intended to provide them with, right? So that's the example that's fulfilled. And then what we have left is this Quran, the document which these people followed. And we have a history. At this point in time in early Islam, what we have is this document called the Quran, and then we have the history.
The history of what?
The historical development of Islam.
in the Quran?
Not, of course, the Quran also draws attention to the events that the Prophet was doing during his lifetime. I mean, it's found everywhere in the Quran. The Quran talks about almost all of the battles that the Prophet Muhammad fought. The Quran talks about the political alliance and treaties and armistice that he entered upon. The Quran does talk about all the things that Prophet did to establish the religion of God. The Quran talks about it. Okay, so this is what we need. We don't need a bunch of storytellers later on who come and tell stories about his family, his personal life, his bedroom, times. Like, who does these things? I mean, who does these things?
So,
You know what I mean?
somebody who needs a life. For God's sake, some of the things they come up with were
This is
I'm not
awful.
gonna
This is
go. I mean,
unbelievable.
they're just icky.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree. But see, get back to I wrote this note here. But okay, so if you're saying that, okay, when the Quran was revealed and Muhammad's reciting it to people, and they're told that, well, you have a good example here in Muhammad, how are the future Muslims supposed to? You know, the only reason I'm asking you these questions, because these are things that just kind of vex me sometimes. I think about, how can you just be a Quran only if you're supposed to follow the example of Muhammad, and you don't have anything that tells you what example there is, to follow.
Well, to be honest with you, I was brought up in a Muslim house, okay?
Mhm.
And all that we did in terms of religion is we prayed and we read the Quran, okay? That's all. That's all we did. The only time I heard about hadiths is when I'm an adult, and there was this preachers coming out of Saudi Arabia and other parts of the world who have one agenda in their mind, and that is to introduce the Prophet Muhammad, as if the Muslims up until then did not know Prophet Muhammad. So now they are introducing Prophet Muhammad through what? Not through the Quran, but through the hadiths. And these people at the same time are discouraging the Muslims from reading the Quran. They are telling them and teaching them, you cannot read the Quran and understand. You need scholars to do that. So this is the phenomenon that I encountered personally when I was an adult, fully grown adult, right? So up until then, we have a very good idea of what is religion. We read the Quran, we try to understand what the Quran says, and we pray and we celebrate the festivities of Islam, and that's what we are doing. As if that was not good enough, you have this army of hadith preachers who go on and bring all these kinds of books and value to scholars who don't even live with us. Like, they are from a different part of the world. So they come and start preaching on their behalf. One of them was like Bin Baz from Saudi Arabia, for example. So they talk about him, and they try to teach, they try to make us heed to his advice, who's sitting in Saudi Arabia, right? So all of this phenomenon was fueled by the Saudi money, when Saudi started printing money, oil money. So that's when the world flocked to, they built this university in Medina, and all of the world from the Muslim world started hopping on to these planes and going to Medina to study Islam. Up until then, people studied Islam in Al-Azhar or in their universities, which were local to them.
But
right?
isn't that still the premier university, Al-Azhar? Isn't that in Alexandria?
It is.
Still
But
the premier?
do you see the difference that the scholars that come out of Al-Azhar, they don't have the beard? Did you see that? Did you see the difference? But the
I
scholars,
don't notice.
the scholars that
It's
come
something that I'm not aware of. But so for
scholars-
somebody like you would notice that. I get that.
Yeah.
Because
The-
for
but-
me, it's you got so what you're saying is that the Wahhabi brand comes out of Medina.
with special emphasis
whereas-
on the hadiths, as if it's scripture. The Wahhabis preach hadiths as if it is the Quran. Pretty equal, so they go hand in hand. They also recommend you memorizing the hadiths, just like people would memorize the Quran. You know what I mean? So there's a difference right there. Yeah.
Okay, I don't I don't 100% agree with your answer, but that's okay. I don't, you know, that it's, if, you know, that's your religion. That's what you're, you know, what you're comfortable with. I just can't see how, if you're commanded by Allah to follow the example of Muhammad, and you discard whatever examples were developed, regardless of how ridiculous they are. I mean, when we look at in the Hadith, I mean, there's some really freaky things that go on that you're just like,
Maybe
heck is
maybe you
going
need to
on
know
here?
this. Maybe you need to know this.
What about the Sirah? Do you agree with the Sirah? Do you agree that that is a accurate representation of Muhammad's life? If
I may not say
find...
it's 100% accurate, because again, the writer will have his bias, will have limited understanding about things, situations, history. I think this is important for you to know. The Sunnis, they reject all the Hadith books of the Shia people. All of it.
Oh, so are you Shia then? Is that what you're saying? Is that you're Shia?
No, I'm not a Shia, but I'm just giving you something that's factual. The Sunni position is they will not consider any Shia book of Hadith as authentic. So and it's vice versa. It's absolutely vice versa. Okay. So in effect, in total, all of these, the Sunni position and the Shia positions, in some way or form, reject the Hadiths. They are Hadith rejectors. You know what I mean? But they have their own Hadiths which they try to follow, right? So and my position is like, okay, you know, that's not there even in the Quran. The Quran is very clear. The Quran says, after the verses of God, which other Hadith will you follow? The Quran is basically asking, will you be keen to follow any other future narration or a story or a Hadith? Don't do that. The book of God should be enough for you. So that's Quran is advocating the book of God. And even the Quran says, when you preach Islam, the Quran says, وَجَاهِدْهُمْ بِهِ جِهَادًا كَبِيرًا. It says, preach Islam with the help of the Quran, and that is a great jihad. Okay. So the Quran is recommending to use the Quran itself to preach Islam. It doesn't recommend the use of any other source. So Muslims using hadiths to preach Islam is a farce, and it's not supported through the Quran.
Okay, then how do you develop like the Sharia? How do if you're not using hadith, if you're not using, you know, I mean, would you agree with, you know, using say Tabari's history? Would you, in the development of the Sharia, would you agree that that would be you know, applicable or no?
Look, historians are like Herodotus. I mean, have you read some of the aspects of what Herodotus history book has? Herodotus talks about ants the size of foxes mining gold in India. I mean, this is a historian.
That's not true.
I mean, it is true. Herodotus. I mean, you can have a look. You can have a look. So some of these historians have Disney style things in their books. So I don't exclude early Islamic historians from this fallacy. They do have things in their books which may be correct, which may be reasonable, which we can take and follow. But there are obviously absurdities in all of these ancient works. Look, I have written a book called Sharia for Australians. Okay, you can Google that. It's on Amazon. It's called Sharia for Australians.
Sharia for what?
Australians.
Australian?
Yeah.
Are you from Australia?
Yeah, I am.
Well, you don't sound funny.
Well, I was in the States for some time though. I was in California for some time before I took off.
That was a joke about the sounding funny.
Aussies will be mad at you now.
Oh, okay. All right, so what time is it there now? Is it like 6 o'clock in the morning, or what time is it there now?
It's 11 in the morning.
11 in the morning? Holy cow, am I way off on my time or not? Holy crap. 11? I thought maybe I'd get you out of the bed or something like that. Okay, let's see. Boy, I haven't been following the chat because I've been trying to listen to you, but I've seen we got a lot of people there tonight, which is a good thing. I love interacting with the chat. Okay, so Saeed, this white-haired gentleman here. That's the only thing. Why is it we only can see your hair? I mean, not a good-looking. You are a good-looking fellow. Look at you. There we go.
Thank you, thank you.
I downloaded your book on Kindle and I started reading it and I stopped. And I apologize for that. Um, I'm terrible about that. I got like 6 books that I'm trying to read
Okay.
right now. And one of them I just finished, this book, Sword and the Scepter, that's Raymond Ibrahim. He's always a good read, but I appreciate you coming back to the show. Okay, Daniel wanted to talk about, I think we were going to talk about the Islamic dilemma.
No, the debate, adjudicating the debate, basically. I'm interested
You
in
wanted
adjudicating
to
debates.
talk about,
Like, I wanted to also know, how did you adjudicate the debate between Libiano and IP, Mike Jones?
I watched I don't know if that was the debate that we watched or that we analyzed. Maybe it was Libiano. Does he have a nickname that he goes by?
Orthodox
Something
Muslim.
Muslim.
Orthodox Muslim.
Orthodox. Yeah, that's okay.
Yeah.
That was the debate that we did watch and we did analyze. I was on a guy that goes by the name of Dr. Kufarphobia.
Okay.
It's a pretty unique name. But anyway, what he did is he took the debate, the transcripts of the debate, and he put them into Grok and ChatGPT.
Yeah.
And he put all this criteria in there. And he got it isn't because he's smart. Well, he is a smart guy. Let me just say that, especially if he's in the chat. I don't want him to think I'm stupid. But he put all this information into Grok, and then he put all of this criteria, developed all this criteria to determine, from a scale of 1 to 10, how did each of these debaters do in each of these categories. In every single category, IP killed him. I mean, it was like 9 to 6, 8 to 5 or whatever. In every category, whether it was, based on trying to deflect, staying on topic, rebuttals to whatever the arguments were.
And you agree with it?
According to the AI, Mike gave him a beat down.
Okay, you agree with it? Yeah, you stand with it.
Based on what I was watching, and this is where I came up with that word insufferability. This is, I mean, just debating somebody like that would make you angry.
What do you think I would have adjudicated that on? Would you like to know my adjudication on that debate?
What about it?
I granted that to IP as well.
Oh, did you? Okay, yeah. Well, but the thing is that if you have to act that way, like for example, Jake Brackatella and I listened to Jake Brackatella and Malik. Do you know who this Malik Joker is?
No.
All right. Well, maybe that's a good thing. But anyway, they were doing like a mock debate this week, and both of them. I mean, the way that they conduct themselves, they sound, and maybe it's because I'm getting old, but they just sound like a bunch of children going after each other. Man, you got cooked. Man, you got baked. You got to listen to it. That's not how you debate. That's not how you engage somebody in a discussion. All they could do was.
I think this is Sam wave. People are picking these things up from Sam Scam Shimon.
You think?
Yeah, I think so, because he's the one who's antagonizing the situation, and there are people responding to that. Matching the energy, and this is where debates are becoming a burdensome procedure to go through. Otherwise, I believe debates are absolutely fantastic tools to truth learning, validating your concepts, ascertaining your ideas.
I agree.
Yeah, this is what a debate must be. But once you turn it off with antics and with theatrics and slurs, then it's pretty much giving jabs and punches. It's like MMA. It's no more a debate.
Well, let me just say something about Sam. Sam is Sam does not like me that much, because Sam and I had a little run-in a couple years ago, and he actually banned me from his channel. I finally got Ed, Protestant Believers. I see he's in chat right here. he actually got me reinstated to comment on Sam's show. Sam is unique in, I believe, all of the Christian, the Islamic polemicists that are out there, in that Sam will engage you and carry on a conversation with you, but just as soon. What?
He's currently running from me. He won't.
He's running from you?
Currently, yeah.
See, that's the thing. I wouldn't. Okay, I'm not gonna go. Well, let me just say this. Dear Ahmed said that Professor Mike Brown was running from him, and Sam was running from him too. Now, whether that's I don't know. I don't know Sam's. But anyway, Sam will engage you and have a conversation, be conversational with you until you start doing exactly what I described. You start becoming insufferable. Start manifesting is the word that they use commonly. But if you know want
why
to
people
go
would why people would manifest. You know why people would manifest with Sam? Because he will not give you a response based on the argument. He will start off saying, now I'm going to bury you. And then he will say something, right? So he is provoking his opponent to get into his theatrics. That's what he does. He doesn't straight away argue and reason with you. Like if you present an argument, I experienced this with him. I present an argument and he doesn't straight away respond to it and then make a point. Now
Such
you
as
got
what?
buried.
Such as okay. What do you mean by what type of what argument specifically would you be be saying?
Like in our debate, the very first point that we discussed.
I haven't seen it. I'm gonna go watch it, but I haven't seen it, to be honest.
Gotcha. So the very first point that we talked about was Deuteronomy 18 and 18, right? So once I presented my idea of what 18 and 18 was, his immediate response is, now I'm going to bury you. Okay? And then he has to say whatever he has to say on the argument, but that annoys me. It's like you haven't even said anything, and you sort of assert that you want to bury me for what? So he's kind of antagonizing the situation.
Okay.
You know what
so
I mean?
it isn't necessarily the content. It's the way that he delivers.
His theatrics are too burdensome, like insufferable. Is that how you call it?
Okay, insufferable. Well, somebody's insufferability is somebody else's hero. I guess Muslims would think the same thing.
And then with Islamic guys, to be honest with you, he doesn't stop insulting your holy figures. Like he will straight away start insulting the Prophet's household. He doesn't stop. He doesn't even think for a moment not to do that.
And what material does he use to insult Muhammad? Does he use the Quran or does he use?
No, he just calls names. He just throws slurs. That's annoying situation. If you
I've called Muhammad quite a few things on this show too. But it's based on the Hadith literature and based on the Islamic writing.
Now, look, if we are in a debate, for example,
that you don't agree with that, and that's fine.
If we are talking on that particular subject, and if he has to use a name for it, I can understand the situation. But somehow randomly throwing a slur, you're like, he would be like, you're dumb as Muhammad, for example. That's a slur that's uninvited in a debate, right? It's coming out of nowhere. So what basically he would say, you're as dumb as Muhammad, for example.
Dumb as Muhammad.
So what is the need for that? He's basically antagonizing the situation by using a slurful tongue, right? So what happens is, I don't intend to react to that, but you can't guarantee that other Muslims will not react to it. They would.
Sure.
Okay. I recently had another debate on child marriage, and this was a guy who is an ex-Muslim challenging me on child marriage, and all he did in the debate was somehow assert that Prophet was sleeping around and he was not marrying. I'm like, what the heck? Like, where do you even come up with this demonic energy, right? So I was forced
Okay,
to
wait, hold on.
call it out.
Say that one more. What type of marriage did you say?
No, he was asserting that it was promiscuous relationships, not marriage.
Well, okay. Well, let me ask you a question then.
Yeah.
I'm coming at this from somebody who absolutely. I'm going to be honest. And I don't make any bones about it. I absolutely loathe the historical Muhammad. I really do. And when we look at, if you're going to say, okay, somebody that engages in promiscuity, and if we are looking at, okay, here we are again, and this is something that you probably wouldn't agree with, but if we look at the Hadith literature, here's a guy that went around and had relations with all of his wives in one day, supposedly, or gets a revelation to marry 4 wives, but now he's marrying 9, 10, 11 wives, or however many wives it is, and just because you marry somebody does not necessarily mean that it's not a promiscuous type relationship. For example, he marries a woman. I can't remember the woman's name. This is again according to the Hadith literature, where they go out and they absolutely slaughter her tribe, whoever. I can't remember the woman's name. But anyway, maybe it was at Khaybar. But he slaughters this woman's family, her husband, her father, and then he marries her. And then by marrying her, that very night that he slaughters her family, he marries her and he's having sex with her to the point where one of his guards has to guard outside the tent because he thinks this woman is going to kill him in the middle of the night. So when people start talking about the promiscuity, let me go back to your point here, the promiscuity of Muhammad, would they not have a reason to base that assumption upon if they are following what the majority of the Muslims in the world believe? Isn't that
Even if a
a right-minded way to approach it, or no?
Even if I grant those hadiths to be authentic and say I grant it for the sake of the argument, even then it's not promiscuous, because promiscuous behavior involves no marriage contract and out of the norm.
Okay, hold on. Stop right there.
Relationships.
No,
Yeah.
hold on. Stop right there. You said marriage contract. How is he marrying this woman?
No, let me finish.
I mean,
you stopped me in the middle. You stopped me in the middle.
Okay, I'm sorry. All right.
Okay, you stopped me in the middle.
Go ahead.
So with this particular instance that you brought up, citing those hadiths, in a war situation, the norm of that part of the world in 7th century was, if you lose a battle, you lose your stock, including your women, all right, as slaves. That was a reciprocal arrangement. It applied to the Muslims. If Muslims were to lose that battle, the Muslim woman would be taken into slavery, and the code of slavery permitted having intimate relationships with intimacy with the women you take away as sex slaves or slaves, or with the women that you possess through your right hand, right? So
your right hand possession.
This is a well understood code of conduct in that time period. So you don't call this process as promiscuous behavior. You don't. So promiscuous behavior has a certain meaning. So within that context, you would define that behavior as promiscuous. But if you marry somebody, it's no more promiscuous, because polygamy is not promiscuous behavior. How would you justify calling polygamy as promiscuous behavior? It's completely different. It's irrelevant, in fact.
Well, polygamy outside of the limit of 4 wives
The
is
limit
quite promiscuous.
comes in the Quran.
I mean, if you have, I mean, let's just face it. If again, we're going back to this example for all time. If he is supposed to be the example for all time, and we are to base that example, get our information on what that example is, and we see that in the Quran, it says that you can have 4 wives, which I believe, and what God has ordained throughout all of human history is 4 or 3 too many wives, let's just put it that way, that would be considered promiscuous. And the fact that he is taking a woman on the same day, and this is my point. It isn't the fact that he's just, okay, he married her and marriage contract. And
I wouldn't even
okay,
say,
get away from all that. The same day.
He married her. I wouldn't even say that he married her. That was a woman
then
he
what
took
does he
from,
do?
that was a woman he took from the slaves. That's right hand position.
It says that he married
woman,
her,
that's fine. If he had chosen to marry her, that's fine. But that is a woman he might have taken after that battle. He might have taken as a right hand possession. Okay, as simple as that.
All right. Let's just grant that. Let me just grant you that.
Yeah.
Let's just say that he didn't marry her. Okay.
Yeah.
And he just snatched her out of there, and her husband wasn't her husband like
I mean,
the leader
look,
or
the
something like
kind
that,
of
or
language
dad
that
was?
you're using, the kind of language you're using, snatched her away. That's not even called snatching. It's called taking
What
the
is that
right
called,
hand possession. All right, let's keep it decent. I mean, this is where things get dirty. Like, this is where we don't make progress.
Exactly right. This is
Yeah.
where do things get dirty, and we're supposed to judge. And again, we're supposed to judge the morality and the conduct and the example that this person set for all of mankind.
No, that's not how you judge.
Based
Eric.
on his.
That's not how you judge.
That's,
It would
I
be
don't
wrong to
judge him
judge.
by-
It would be wrong to judge that way, actually. Like, for example, if you go back to the gospel accounts, you have this parable of 10 virgins. Based off that, can I justify Christianity allows 10 marriages? You would argue, no, it won't. No, it would be unjustified, correct?
That's a parable. We're not.
Absolutely.
We're talking about, but we're not supposed to. We're not. Okay. We're not. That's not sunnah for us. We're talking about a guy that is the example, the quintessential example of what mankind is supposed to. This is supposed to be the best man who ever lived. And the best man who ever lived took another human being, another creature of God, somebody created in God's image, and forced himself upon her.
No, that language is inappropriate, Eric. That is inappropriate language. Because the norm of that society, people had a very good understanding of what it meant to go into battle. And battle was like you're murdering people in battle. Do you know that? You're actually killing the image of God in the battlefield. So if it's an unjustified battle mounted, you are not justified to wage a battle. You are not justified to, in Khaybar, for example, you were not justified to do treason. You had arrangements, you had security arrangements with the Islamic State, with the Prophet. You were not justified to treason. But you have acted treacherously, and that amounted to killing or losing lives, the images of God. And what is the retribution? It comes with consequences, and these are not surprise consequences. These are well understood, rooted in culture and tradition consequences. So for that, you can't use the language of force or being snatched away or promiscuous language. No, it doesn't apply, Eric. You're not justified to do that.
Okay. My computer keeps popping here, and I apologize for that. No, I'm gonna, no. Okay, let me just start at the beginning here. War and the laws of warfare, I will absolutely grant you, they have changed over time. The idea of taking booty as a soldier, as a means in which you are reimbursed for your service, was the norm in a lot of different cultures in the different armies throughout all history. I'm a history teacher. This is what I do. I know these things. But what we're talking about something different, though. And I don't think that maybe you are getting the point and you don't want to admit it, or you're not getting the point that I'm trying to make. if Muhammad is the example, if he is the example for all time, for all of human history, even today, and you go to war today, and you take a woman and you do that same thing that Muhammad did to this woman, you will go to jail.
You're being anachronistic at this point in time. You're being
I'm
anachronistic.
not being anachronistic at all. What I'm doing
You
is
are being anachronistic for the reason.
If is Muhammad the example to follow for all time?
No, you're not getting the point.
Is his example what?
You're not getting the point. The dynamics, the political arrangements, the security arrangements have changed, and in the modern world, we don't have slavery. Slavery stands abolished. So, if slavery stands abolished, you cannot reinstate slavery. I mean, the first person who actually canceled taking slaves after wait a second, let me finish.
All right, go ahead.
According to the Islamic history, early Islamic history, Omar prevented Amr, who was the governor in Egypt, from taking slaves in Egypt after the conquest of Egypt. Omar is the one who prevented it. So you have examples in Islamic history, man. I mean, today,
where did you get that
information?
Where did you get that? Where did you get that? Where does that information come?
I mean, you go to historical sources. You read some of the tafasirs of this early Islamic scholars.
Who?
I mean,
which Islamic scholar records
early
that
Abu Islamic
Bakr,
scholars? You go into history.
Who?
I mean, I have to check the particular source on that particular.
Okay,
point.
my point is that you're going to get from these same scholars, these same people that you reject in the Sunnah.
The premise, my premise to reject the hadiths is based off this. As a Muslim believer, I have to believe. You know, believe. I have to believe in the Quran, in the Gospel, in the Torah and the prophets. This is what belief in the books and the prophets means. The Quran does not emphasize belief in the text that would come after the Quran, because there is no more prophet. There is no more going to be books from God. So the Quran does not encourage or ask or require of me to believe in books that come later on. It does not. I may examine the sources, the hadith sources, I may study the information, but I'm not required to believe in them. And I gave you very good examples. The Sunnis reject the books of hadiths of the Shia. The Shia reject the books of hadith of the Sunnis. So that's a big example for you to work with.
But I still want to go back to this idea of taking a woman as a sex slave.
That was valid. Valid
the
since
day
Abraham.
that you killed her husband and you killed her father. It doesn't go back to the time of Abraham. You don't. No. Come on. You don't do this the same. We don't have. You don't. Number one, you don't have anything that indicates that. But number one, here we have a clear example. And plus, we're not supposed to follow the Sunnah of Abraham. If you were going to follow the example as set forth by Muhammad, then it makes it perfect for all time. I mean, it's not abrogated anywhere that I know of. And I'm fairly certain if it was, somebody would tell me in chat. But anyway, you can't, if you're going to follow the Sunnah of Muhammad for all time, it makes that action right there perfectly permissible.
Okay,
and acceptable.
You said you're a historian, correct? You said you're a historian.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you might have studied Ottoman history, for example. There's a very good record of Ottoman history. Yeah, Ottoman history.
Mm.
And
oh my gosh, why go to the Ottoman Empire?
Wait a second. Let me finish.
Okay.
So the Janissaries in the initial period of Ottoman Empire, they were disallowed to marry. All right, they were disallowed to marry, and they fought fantastic battles. All right, and do you reckon they continued to do the same sort of business, or they embraced the early Islamic development of war doctrine, where enslaving people was somehow prohibited, and therefore they came up with Devshirme system to take a blood tax.
No, the
And
Janissaries
instead of
enslaved people.
instead of enslaving the whole population, they came up with this system called Devshirme system, where they did not enslave the entirety of the population, but took one out of 40 houses to build their army, the backbone of the army. So you see, there is a development within Islam of how it treated and applied the war doctrine, and you have this development. It was not the same as what we see during the Prophet Muhammad's time. It has evolved. It has developed. So within the Islamic history, you have this area develop. All right, as the Islamic conquest happened, so there is more stability within. And
Are you
also
saying that during the Islamic conquest? Are you saying that during the Islamic conquest that they did not purposely take women as sex slaves?
They did not. It's not like what you see in Hebrews. When
Are
Hebrews
are you kidding?
No, I'm not kidding. When Hebrews went on to take the Holy Land for themselves, the specific command was to terminate all the males and spare all the females. That was a specific command given in Leviticus.
Are you talking about the Amalekites? Is this what you're talking
Leviticus.
About? Very it always goes back to the Amalekites. How many Amalekites exist today? None.
No, hang on.
This isn't even applicable.
No,
this
all
is
that
not
I'm
even
saying
applicable. You're conflating two different things.
No,
one
I'm giving
is
you
historical, and the other one is something that you're supposed to do today, that is permissible to do today because Muhammad did it.
No, it's not. It's not that. I told you specifically, slavery has been abolished. Even if we went to war today, we cannot take slaves because slavery stands abolished.
By who?
By world consensus. Slavery
By
is
who?
abolished. World consensus.
I agree. But did Muhammad abolish slavery? So if Muhammad did not abolish slavery,
wait a second, please.
How can you abolish slavery?
No, wait a second, please. Muhammad laid the foundations to abolish slavery. Laid the foundations. Laid the foundations. I mean, if you want to talk about it, we can specifically.
I know he manumitted a slave, but he also set an example of buying slaves and enslaving people.
Do you grant?
So
do you grant him that he was functioning?
You just can't say that over here. Look at he let 2-3 slaves go over here, but then again he takes an entire village and makes them slaves over here. You can't. That doesn't work.
No, he was
operating. How can you make?
He was operating in the framework of that political situation. You should grant him that, because if he abolished slavery at that point in time, that would only apply to the Muslims, and Muslims were a minority. And if Muslims were to fight battles, their women would be taken into slavery because the disbelievers would not be obliged. So it was not a reciprocal situation, and therefore slavery could not be completely abolished at that point in time, because the Muslims would lose incentive to fight, because their women would go into slavery if they lost the battle. So the dynamic situation back then was completely different.
This was practiced immediately after Muhammad's death, when Omar and Uthman and Omar, specifically when Omar went out conquering people, they took slaves. This isn't something, Muhammad manumitted a slave here. This was something that was practiced you go through the Rashidun period all the way up into the conquest of North Africa, all the way into the Hindu Kush, all the way up into Spain. And the conquering Spain, they took slaves everywhere they go, based on the example that was set for them with Muhammad.
Let me say this. They took slaves from people who were present in the battlefield. They did not enslave villages.
No. They would conquer entire villages and take the women and children. Oh, come on. Dude. Okay, listen. And we can disagree on this, and that's fine. If you look in Raymond Ibrahim's book, and this is where I'm going to recommend everybody get this, Sword and the Scimitar, Defenders of the West, and the Two Swords of Christ. If you go in the back of these books, Raymond is an Arabic speaker. he has gone in and translated the documents from these guys that went in and wrote about how they conquered these lands. And it just wasn't in the battle. They would take slaves during the battles. You're absolutely right on that, and you're going to get zero disagreement from me on that. I agree. But they also went into these towns and villages and these hamlets, and they would they would rape and pillage and take these women and children
I can't believe
and enslave them. You don't believe that?
That's a bunch of Oriental literature, rhetoric, mischaracterization. All of that goes into there, right? So I can't believe that. In my understanding, in my reading, in my studies,
we have primary source material demonstrating that he's quoting direct, he's not quoting just from Orientalists. He's not just quoting from Christians. He's quoting from the Arabic historian in these books.
So
have you read this book?
No, look, even in the Quran, within the Quran, in Surah Al-Hashr, the Prophet could have enslaved the entire Jewish tribe. According to your own reading, according to what you're trying to impress me upon.
Which Jewish tribe are we talking about?
In the Battle of Khaybar, in Surah Al-Hashr, the Banu Nadir.
Which Banu Nadir? Okay.
All right.
And he let him go.
Absolutely. According to your account, if that was the example set of the Prophet Muhammad, he would have enslaved the entire tribe. That didn't really happen.
What did he do to the Banu Qurayza?
Again, I don't think the entire Banu Qurayza were enslaved. Combatants.
They weren't. They were killed. Their men were the boys.
Not the entire tribe.
The boys were killed.
Not the entire tribe. Those who were responsible for treason, who were inducted in the armies. I mean, look, the Prophet could have done the horrible things that you talk about. He could have done that, but in history we don't find those examples. The Prophet was the most gentle character, most merciful character, most kind character that you will ever stumble upon. Ever.
Where do you get that information from?
I mean, you have to read the Quran and you have to see the early development of Islam and the propagation of Islam. Islam just defeated the armies, and the message took off like a rapid firework amongst the people. The people just embraced it. If they were oppressed, they would not embrace it.
If you're threatened at the point of sword, you're saying they didn't threaten people at the point of sword to make them embrace Islam?
That's again a farce. The Islamic soldiers defended the rights of their Christian ladies when they married in Levant. Some of the church leaders, they would not allow the ladies that got married to Muslim soldiers. So these Muslim soldiers would go to the church priest and basically warn him not to disallow those ladies going to the church and attend the church. You have these examples in history. So whatever...
I can name you dozens and dozens of examples where this was...
Look, that's a different subject.
I'm going to bring Ed up on screen. Ed, be nice. That's all I'm going to say. Just be nice, Ed. Okay. Let's go ahead and get back to the Islamic dilemma that we were going to initially talk about. Look, we've been at this about an hour and a half.
So we're not going to watch Jake. Are we
having a good time?
We're not going to be watching the Jake debate, right?
No, I don't think so, Issa. What are you watching, the Super Bowl, or what are you doing anyway? Are you even paying attention?
Oh, I'm here. I've been watching the debate here. I was just, yeah.
Oh, we're not debating. We're just having a discussion. We're not.
Sure. Yes.
I don't think we're debating.
Fine.
I'd like to debate this guy on the crucifixion. Maybe he would want to do that someday. That would be great. That'd be a great debate. I'd love to do that.
Yeah, I'm ready to engage with you, like in the future. Like we can have a program of engagement. You can throw me some topics to engage, and we might as well go on MDD, for example. I mean, if you like, we can debate on MDD or SFT.
MBB? What's MBB? What is that?
No,
again?
MDD is modern day debate.
Modern day debate. Okay. Yeah. Is that what the modern MDB? MDB. See, I can't hear very well.
MDD.
Yeah. Yeah,
MWD,
I heard
yeah.
MMD. I thought it
Yeah.
was like some type of fighting thing, MMA or MMBD or whatever.
Guys,
I'm gonna
no hanging.
teach you.
Just an
I'm too old
announcement.
for that kind of stuff.
Just an announcement for my fans on my channel, like who are watching us. Throw a like, do your duty, throw a sub, and interact. Thank you.
Yeah, same here. Subscribe. Look, I was at 909, folks. I was at 996 subscribers this week.
Hit the like,
I'm
do
gonna go
your
and
duty, hit the like, hit the sub if you haven't subbed, and interact. That's how I talk to my fans.
All right, let me see if anybody's subscribed since we started. Ah, look at there! I hit 1,000 subscribers.
Wow,
Woo-hoo! Look at you
fantastic,
guys, man!
fantastic, yeah.
I am the man. Look at that.
But no subscribers on my end, unfortunately. So no new
Well, they're a
people are
bunch of
subscribing
losers,
on my
that's
end.
why. Oh, okay. So, what is this?
I'll subscribe. I'll subscribe to yours.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, and Isa,
thank you.
Isa comes. Listen to this. Listen to this, Daniel. Isa comes to this show every week. He
Yeah,
is
okay.
probably the most consistent participant on my show.
Right.
He gets me to come to a live stream with that he was on this past week, and I asked him. I said, we need to get more subscribers, and he goes, oh well, I need to do that. He's been on my show for 4 or 5 years now, and
Right.
had not subscribed to my channel yet.
Awful.
Would you allow somebody? Yeah, would you allow somebody to come to your show and not
Awful.
subscribe after being on it for that many
I
years?
would
I'm
still
thinking
be
about
equally
banning
courteous
him.
as you are, Eric. To be honest with you, I would still be equally courteous as you are.
Catholic.
I would still allow them, let them in.
Man, I felt terrible when he told me that.
I
It's like,
actually was subscribed. It was my other channel that wasn't. So I subscribed with my other channel. So you got
Okay.
another subscriber. I actually was. My
Eric,
notifications were turned off.
Eric, I would like you to give a shout out to my channel, to your fans, to ask them to go on, come and
Yes.
subscribe
Okay.
to my
So,
channel.
if you can go over to Prophet Daniel Has Spoken YouTube channel, take a look around. If you like his content, go ahead and subscribe to it. He sounds like a very engaging person. And here's the thing about this guy. He's not insufferable. You go to a lot of these guys' channel and that we bring up here sometimes. Like last week, we brought up a guy that I can't remember his name. Something about too low, something like that. And he was engaging, but then as we got towards the end of the conversation, he became more and more confrontational, more and more short with the answers. He would not listen to them, wouldn't let us talk. And I was just like, when you do that, or when you, like, if you ask me a question, and I don't know the answer, I'm going to tell you, I don't know. I mean, that's just the way it's going to be. But this guy, even if he did not know the response or had not heard yet the response of what it was, because it dealt with, I don't know, it dealt with the parable. As a matter of fact, the parable that you mentioned earlier about the 10 virgins, it dealt with that. You just have to swallow and be, have some humility or have some dignity and not resort to insulting people. I see Rad finally made it. Hello, Rad. Are you there?
Yeah, I did. I
Eric,
made it.
Just before
Yes,
you
sir.
start off with other people, shall I go back to my channel because I've got some guests waiting for me on my channel, and you can shoot me an email. You can shoot me an
Yeah,
email.
you can if you want to. That's fine. But
You know what, Eric? Eric, did you post his channel in the chat, in the YouTube chat?
I did. I pinned it.
Oh.
Yep, I did pin it.
All right, cool. All right.
So Eric, I mean, if you go to my description on my YouTube channel, there's an email there.
Yep.
I would welcome you to send me an email, and then we can sort of arrange something going forward. How does it sound?
Yeah, let me find you here. I see Enchanted Unicorn. I don't see your email.
There is an email in the description down below.
Down below where?
In the
Do
description.
you have it in private? Is it in private chat or is it in?
No, on my YouTube channel, on my description, there's an email.
On your YouTube channel. Okay, yeah, all right. So I'll go to your YouTube and I'll get you, and we'll set something up.
Yeah.
we'll set something up. And this is, I've enjoyed this conversation. I mean,
Absolutely,
this is
same
actually,
on my side.
Yeah, it's pleasurable.
Enjoyed it. Yep.
Prepare to tell us who Abu
Yep.
Lahab
Have a good
is
day, and
using the hadith, buddy.
I didn't hear what Ed said. Ed was saying something.
I said, just be ready to tell us who Abu Lahab is without having to use the hadith, bro.
Abu Lahab.
is he asking me a question? I suppose he's asking me.
Yeah. From your explained in detail Quran, I want to know who Abu Lahab is and why Allah is so mad at him.
Yeah, okay. So that's not important to my salvation or your salvation to know the name of Abu Lahab or his relationship.
But it is important.
It is not.
Your
It's
Quran
not for
says it
salvation.
explains everything in detail, brother.
Yeah, of course. What is
So I want to know what the deal is. Is it lying?
Okay, hang on. For whatever is required for your salvation and evidence to understand God, that is in the Quran. So,
So
the name
why
of
was
this
Allah so
individual
mad
or
at
his
Abu Lahab
relationship
then?
is not important.
I mean, this is my salvation we're talking about. Why was he so mad at Abu Lahab? I need to know that so I don't make the same mistake he did.
Yeah, Abu Lahab was a slurful guy who would throw slurs and who would just trouble the Prophet for no reason, right? So,
Where does it say that?
I mean, whatever you understand in the Quran, in that particular
I want to know
surah.
where it says that. I'm not going to let you off, bro. I want to know where it says that.
Okay, let me go to that surah, man.
This is why you hate Sam, because he got you on the same thing.
Let me go to the surah, guy. Just wait a second, yeah?
What's the surah number? I can pull it up. I put it on the screen for you.
I think it's 111.
Oop. 100 and surah 111.
Yeah, surah 111.
Kind of in the back.
All five verses of it.
It's kind of in the back of the book type deal, isn't it?
So it reads off saying, perish the hands of the father of flames. Neither his actions nor his riches bring him any benefit. So his actions and riches would not benefit him. Before long he will be engulfed by the blaze of the fire, his wife as well a bearer of firewood, bound by twisted palm fibers around her neck. So clearly this is a condemnation that came to his way because his actions were despicable, were not interesting to God, were not good actions. So God condemns his actions. Right? So there you go.
Where does it say that?
Verse number 2.
No, it's not. There you go.
Verse 2. His wealth will not avail him or that which he gained.
His? Hold on.
His wealth will not avail. I'm assuming that's Abu Lahab.
Yeah, you see, you're having to assume.
May the hands of Abu Lahab be ruined, and ruined is he.
Actually, it says, perish the hands of Abu Lahab, and he will perish. His money and what he has earned did not benefit him. Okay, why do I need to know that? He will roast in a flaming fire, and his woman will be carrier of firewood. She will have a rope of fiber around her neck. Why do I need to know that?
You don't need to know that. All right? So
Then why is it in your book?
No, wait a second. Some people needed to know that. The early Muslims.
Like who?
The early Muslims
I'm not
needed
seeing
to know
where
that.
it says that in the Quran.
There is information in the Quran. You don't have to heed to every information, all right? You need information
There's only
that
one
takes you to
place
God.
where Abu
That takes you to
Lahab is
God.
mentioned
That
in the
information was applicable to
And it's
people
this chapter.
of Makkah, right? When they were doing
say that. It doesn't
misdemeanors
say
and
that.
misbehaviors, a consequence was laid
But
out.
it doesn't say that.
Well, look, if it doesn't say that, it doesn't say that to you, but it says a lot to
See,
me.
you're making your Quran up
Nothing.
as you go, brother.
That's how you might think.
See, no, I'm proving it right here in front of everybody.
You're proving nothing, Ed Van. Proving nothing.
Hey, I hate to interrupt. I hate to
Yeah. See,
like doing dishes or something. Everybody's muted. So
All right, Eric. I'll have to go now because
What are
there's
you
a guest
interrupting?
waiting for me
Hold
at
on.
my end. It was pleasure talking to you, and we'll see you next time.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you for coming, Daniel. I'll be in contact, and we'll get
All right.
something set up in the future.
All right.
Definitely.
Bye.
God bless you. We'll see you.
God bless you. Bye.
Okay. Well, that was different.
Hey, hello, Ben. Sorry for making
Hi.
you wait.
No problem.
So
I saw you talking with William Albrecht, I think, yesterday.
yeah, you did. Yeah.
I
Hopefully,
came
yeah.
on right after that. And is your name Daniel?
No, my name is Masood. Masood is my name.
Masood. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I go off the Daniel handle because I believe the prophet Daniel of the book of the Bible has spoken in favor of Islam, his prophecy. That's why I go like with the handle prophet Daniel has spoken.
Okay. I'm a Catholic. I have a master's degree in Catholic theology, but I don't have that much knowledge of Islam. But I think that could be a good thing because I'm coming at it with kind of fresh eyes, if you follow. And I did have what I would call a mystical experience. I was in New England, and where there were no Muslims where I was. It was a wealthy, WASP community. And I was on a beach, like a isolated beach, and I saw a book, and I actually prayed to the Lord, like, I just had a sense, like, this book is important to me. And I went over it. It was the Quran. So I didn't really make much of it. I've read the Quran to some degree, but I'm not a scholar by any means. I wasn't really intrigued. But anyways, it's always been in the back of my mind. So I would love to ask some basic questions, and if you forgive my ignorance about these things. But my understanding from reading like the early fathers of the church is that Islam was treated like a heresy of Christianity rather than a different religion. And also I know that more recently, the Catholic Church, the Second Vatican Council, and subsequently popes have really tried to see commonality rather than division. So this idea of debate broing Muslims is more of a Protestant thing than a Catholic thing. Though, of course, obviously we've had a long history of conflict. And what I'd like to ask you is, I believe the common understanding of the Quran is that it is the literal word of God, like that God wrote it in Arabic. Is that correct?
Okay, before I answer this,
Through the angel?
Before I answer this, Ben, I would just like to make an announcement here. Welcome everybody to my channel here. Catherine, it's good to see you. Lovely to see you. And I welcome you to come and join me in the chat. The link to the link is pinned here in the chat. So if anyone who would like to join us, you can access the link and join us right now. Okay. So Ben has a question here. Was the Quran a literal word of God written like?
What's the self-understanding is what I mean. You know what I mean, of the Quran, like what is by Muslims.
Gotcha. The understanding is the only words that God ever wrote were the words given to Moses on a tablet.
Okay.
Okay, so God wrote it with his hand, you can say, right?
Yeah, sure.
So there was no angel involved. So God printed the words on the tablets of Moses, right? Up the mountain.
Yeah.
Right? That's the only thing. Now, what is the Quran? Why do the Quran say that it's a word of God? Because God authorizes to the angel Gabriel the messages that he could communicate to Muhammad. So now Gabriel takes that source, which the Quran calls as Kitab, the mother of the book. So Gabriel refers to that book, which may be in a different language with God, a language that happens between God and Gabriel. Obviously, Arabic is not the language of God. Arabic is the language of the Arabs. So every time God sends a messenger to any people, the duty of the messenger is to transmit the messages of God in the language that's applicable to that people.
Okay.
So when the angel communicates to the Hebrews, he would use the Hebrew language. When the angel communicates to a different tribe with a different language, he would give messages in that tongue. For example, you could argue, the angel could have communicated to Jesus in Aramaic. You could argue. There's an argument there, okay? So when the angel communicates to the Arabs, it has to be in the Arabic language. Therefore, Angel Gabriel renders the message of God in the Arabic tongue.
But is it dictated?
It is dictated. It is dictated.
Okay, okay, okay. So, because I would love it if you could say, like, as opposed. I don't know how familiar you are with. I take it you're pretty educated. You're familiar with the, let's say, Catholic mainstream understanding of the inspiration of the scriptures.
Catholic mainstream,
the self-understanding, so that we would not say the scriptures are dictated.
Yeah.
Not that they're that, and they're not necessarily free from error in like scientific matters. It's not. That's more of a Protestant fundamentalist point of view. Do you follow me?
I do follow you.
Okay, and so, for example, we have in both traditions the idea of clarifying what's the true text, right? Every tradition which has a scripture is going to have that. That was done over the. I believe the mainstream understanding is that was done over the course of centuries, culminating in the final council of Constantinople, maybe, or Nicaea, where the list was the canon was established by means of a council, and the council was ruled over by bishops who were seen as having authority from the apostles, right? You follow me? So that's what was, at least, maybe not the textual, like, perfection, like every single word of the text, but like these are in the deposit of faith or the divine revelation, and other books were excluded from that, like other gospels and writings that may have been very holy writings. It doesn't mean they were evil books from the devil. They were not part of the canon. And as I understand it from my little knowledge here, what happened in Islam is you had variants of the text. Is that okay to say?
Yep, it's okay to say. Yep.
Okay, and if I say anything that's impious, I'm not trying to be hostile. So just correct me. But so that at a certain point there were variations, and then there was something called I don't have it right in front of me, something like the Uthmesic text, where there was a ruler who said, like, let's get together, get rid of the variants, and establish one text.
Yeah.
Is that right? Somewhere around 650?
Yeah, I'll say that to you. I mean, can I enumerate that or elucidate that a little bit?
Sure.
So you can have some clarity from my point of view. So obviously the Quran is a refined narration or an oration, right? And you understand, not every person in the society has the capability to recite those words. For example, you might live in the Western world, English-speaking world, and you might attend colleges and schools, but even then, language is so complex that not every person sometimes is able to pronounce certain words.
Oh wait, can I just clarify what you're saying, Masad? You're saying it was oral? We would use the term, it was orally transmitted? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
So it wasn't written down originally?
Originally,
is that what you're saying?
No, I'm not saying that is a criteria. I'm sure people were writing it down. Okay. People were writing it down. But the focus was not on writing the scripture down immediately. That's where the focus was.
Similar to Christianity, right?
Similar to Christianity, right? It was.
Yeah, no one's going to say someone was with a pen at the moment writing it down.
Absolutely. So that was not the focus, all right? Moreover, you have, in Islam, you have this abrogation theory being introduced, that God has certain passages given to Prophet Muhammad, and he improvises them.
Is that correct?
He improvises those very verses with slight alterations in the future, like after some time.
He himself did not write anything down. Is that correct?
Prophet Muhammad, no, he didn't write it down.
Okay, so similar to Jesus, there's no evidence there.
So what's basically happening is it's oral at this point in time, okay?
Right.
And with the Quran, it's being chanted in the prayers. Like,
Okay.
you stand in the prayer and you chant continually. Something that you can take examples from is even today you have in Islam called as hufaz, and these are the people who memorize the text, okay? So this tradition goes back all the way back to the Prophet. So people would memorize text of the Quran, okay?
Yeah.
Now, at the death of the
You have
Prophet
that in
Muhammad,
Christianity too, at least with the Psalms.
Yeah.
The monks would memorize the text.
Yeah. So around the time of Prophet Muhammad's departure, you have people who are called as
Give me a
hufaz.
date.
632.
Okay.
632. Around this time, you have a substantial population that has fully memorized the text. Okay?
Okay, so this started in his lifetime.
Yeah. So from 610 onwards up until 632, you have a substantial population of the early Muslims who have completely memorized the text. And it should not be a surprise because you have present day examples of people fully memorizing the text. So if it is possible today, it was possible back then, because back then the theater was much more narrow. Today the theater is much more wide. People have a lot of things to see, absorb. Even then, people are able to memorize the text. But back in that day, in the 7th century, there was not much of a big theater in the desert out there. No internet, nothing, no computers, no books. So you can imagine.
Yeah, sure.
So you can imagine how easier it was for people back then to memorize the Quran as compared to present times, right?
What I want to do, if you don't mind, just like keep it jumping back and forth.
Sure.
Christianity has no such tradition, right? So, like we would say the Gospels were written by probably individual authors. Maybe there was some help, but it is more of a conventional biography, though there are sections like the Last Supper, which looks like a ritual, if you follow what I'm saying, like that was practiced and that's just inserted into what otherwise is like a biography in the sense of a biography of those times. Would you say that's fair? There's a difference. What you're saying is the Quran is more like a song or a poem that was memorized.
Yeah, it was.
Like you might memorize the Iliad and the Odyssey or something like that.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Is that fair to say? Okay.
It is fair to say. It is fair to say that. Okay. Even now, if you were to just go to YouTube after you finish with me and watch Muslim prayers during Ramadan, because during Ramadan they are reciting long Quran, all right? So you can get an idea of how Muslims memorize and recite the Quran, okay? So in 622, there's a substantial population who have memorized it. And by this time, there is also parchments of written records. People have written the Quran, although I wouldn't say they had written the entirety of the Quran. I wouldn't make that claim. At this point in time, it's only parchments, fragments. Some portions of the Quran are written. Some portions may not have been written by this point in time, right? So in 632...
But you're saying there's a substantial number of people who have the whole thing, soup to nuts, memorized?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Because there is a tradition of prayers in the Quran. We pray 5 times a day, and in the prayers, we chant the Quran. That's it. So that's the prayers, right?
Yeah.
You're chanting the Quran, right? So by 632, Prophet demise, happens. Like he passes away. And then you have the first time a concern of how to document this Quran. Okay, first time you have this concern because immediately there is this military engagements happening. So it's a very dynamic situation. Some of the Arabic tribes who had submitted to Prophet Muhammad's religion are now having second thoughts about submitting their zakah, their taxes to the Islamic State. So they are having second thoughts and there is military efforts to bring them back to submission, right? Now, in those military engagements, conquests, the Muslim soldiers who have memorized the Quran are dying, like they are being martyred, like in those battles. And there's this immediate concern, like the people who have memorized are dying. So what do you do? How do you preserve this text? So Abu Bakr sets off the project to write down the whole Quran. Okay. Abu Bakr does that.
Can I stop you? Can I stop you there just for a second? Okay, so again, I'm looking for parallels.
Sure.
So for example, the monastic tradition, which actually predates Christianity, I think there was Jewish sort of monks, and the idea of scribes and scholars, that's firmly there in New Testament times. Ordinary people would not memorize the Psalms. Like it would be a kind of, I don't know if you want to call it it's not really a priesthood, but like these kind of a certain scholarly almost caste within society, which was there with the Jews. Where are you saying that came from in Arab culture? Are you saying there were like storytellers who used to talk about the jinn and all that stuff, and then when they converted, they adapted that kind of scholarship? Because I know that it is very true that ancient peoples could memorize huge texts and pass them down with almost perfect accuracy in generations. But usually that would be a special type of person, you acknowledge it would take a long time to memorize. I don't know how many words are in the Quran, but it's not a poem that rhymes in some sense to make it easier to memorize, right? So it would be quite a task to memorize. You wouldn't just pick it up.
The Quranic text is quite incantative, to be honest with you. It's brutally incantative. I mean, in Arabic.
Flows in a certain way. Okay.
It's amazing in Arabic.
Yeah,
to be dead honest with you, I read the Arabic Bible the other day. The very first time I read the Arabic Bible, okay, I thought, wow, I mean, how different it is to the Quranic text. Like the Quranic Arabic is very different to the Arabic Gospel, and I was shocked to see how different it is. And back then in the ancient tradition, you should know by now, like the Quran is the only first written Islamic Arabic work. The Quran becomes the only first written Arabic work, and in the manuscripts of the Quran, you also find the development of Arabic orthography. So that tells you that there were no earlier written works in Arabic language. So the Quran becomes the first. So
there was no language.
No, it was an oral culture. Okay. It was an oral culture primarily.
And what I want to ask you is like, so if you say there was a miraculous something, okay, that's fine. But if you want to say like, actually, that's like not miraculous, it's like ordinary. You know what I mean? Like, so are you saying that the Arabic written language was miraculously, because that usually takes a long time? I mean, do you know what I mean? Like,
I don't attribute miracles
we would not say
to
that
the
about
language.
the Greek language or the Hebrew.
No.
Okay, go ahead.
I don't even say that. The Arabic language is not miraculous. It's a Semitic language. So it's not miraculous language or anything like that. There is no speciality when it comes to the language of the peoples. I mean, all the languages of the people have evolution, development. But during 7th century is when the orthography of the Arabic language was under development. I should say that much. Because you have the evidence of that.
Because that was just happening.
You have the evidence of that being developed within the Quranic manuscripts. You have the evidence thereof.
Okay, and the Quranic manuscripts were like a catalyst for the development of written language, so they don't lose something. Whereas before, you don't really have Arabic. Let's say, like the Iliad and the Odyssey, where obviously something which a particular group of people carried with them orally and then wrote down. But the Greek language was established, I think, by that time. Okay, so you're saying that's not a miraculous thing. And you're saying also the all these people knowing it from soup to nuts was not a miraculous thing because the text in Arabic is relatively
easier to
fluid, like a poem.
Absolutely,
or something like that. Okay,
it is fluid. It is incantative. It is powerful. Once you memorize it, it's so powerful. It's difficult to forget it.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? It's difficult to forget it unless you're deeply engrossed in something else. You know, your mind is shifted from that into something else. Then you might forget, but it's not easy to forget text.
I think I understand what you're saying. And I did have a close friend who's a devout Muslim, and he said you really won't get it until you read it in Arabic.
Yeah.
Which that may be true of the scriptures as well. I don't speak Greek. Or Hebrew, but I think we have less of because I think the New Testament is less of a poem and is more, in a sense, secular. I don't know how to say that. Is more like a biography where this happened and that happened. I don't see where it would matter that much. unless you're talking about like the Gospel of John, which has this kind of Hellenistic thing going on in it. Okay, so then you get to this point where it's written down. I follow you.
Okay, so it's written. It's Abu Bakr in the second year of the Prophet's demise makes an effort to write it down all together, right? So people are writing down and submitting or collecting the written Quran. Okay, so it's all collected.
Okay.
It's all collected, and at the same time,
And they're using the term Quran, which means what does it mean? The message?
the recitation.
The recitation. Okay, so that would be analogous to like the gospel,
A good news,
like that.
something
There's
like
a
that.
the term for the thing before it's even written down. Okay,
Okay, so
the recitation. Okay,
it just means the recitation, but at this point in time, the early Muslims, we find them in the records, they are not contemplating to call it as the Quran. They're contemplating to call this written document as a book, Mushaf. Mushaf just means a book.
Okay.
Because the Quran itself uses the word Mushaf to identify the scriptures of Abraham and Moses. It says, Suhufi Ibrahim wa Musa, which means the books of Abraham and Moses. Okay. So early Muslims are also contemplating on using the word Mushaf for the collection of these fragments, the written manuscript, the first manuscript.
Okay.
Okay. But then what happens is...
So Musaf is like Bible in the sense that this means book.
Yeah,
right?
it means book, yeah.
Like the book.
That's
in
it.
A sense, right?
That's it. So
okay.
That's what people would call. If they're making a book, they would call it a book. It's very simple. So...
Okay, right, yeah. It's not a special title.
Yeah, but if they're reciting it, they will call it Quran because Quran means recitation.
Oh, I got you. Okay.
Right.
So it's not like a special word. It just means...
Yeah, recitation, a recital. Gotcha. The Quran means a recital. So the Quran itself calls itself a recital.
Okay, sure.
Okay, now...
And it clearly has a kind of poetic form
yeah.
in Arabic. And I can see that from what I've read of it. It does look like the Psalms in the Old Testament.
Yeah. So it
has historical...
Yeah. So what is happening is the dynamic situation in 634, I should say, is there are successful conquests. So the armies of the Muslim Empire, they go and they conquer these lands. And at this point in time, the Saudi Arabia, the present-day Saudi Arabia, is taken back into Islam, the fold of Islam. And the armies have began engaging at the Sasanian front and at the Roman front. Okay? So now the armies are at the borders where there is going to be an exchange into a dramatic or a drastically new culture or a new dialect. Up until now, it's Hijaz, which is basically Makkah and Medina, where the dialect of the Quraysh was spoken because the Quran has been given in the dialect of the Quraysh. And Arabic obviously has separate dialects. So it was it was originally recited in the dialect of Makkah and Medina, the Quraysh people. Okay. Now, once these expansions are happening, there is far off tribes, Arabic tribes, who speak a different dialect. Now they are engaging with the Quran, which is a Qurayshi dialect, right?
Yeah.
So now what happens is people will have obvious difficulties in pronouncing certain words. So the variations are coming in.
Okay.
All right. So
is it like the relationship between Aramaic and Hebrew that it's like very close, but
it would still be drastically different because these are two separate languages. But within Arabic, obviously, you can imagine the way the English would pronounce certain words and spell certain words would be different from how Americans would do it or how...
Okay.
So those are the sort of differences that we are talking about because people would obviously have difficulty pronunciation, right? They would... I mean, I recently heard a First Lady Melania talk about her film, and she couldn't even pronounce the word film, even though she's been living in the United States for that long. So the way she pronounced film was completely different to how an American would pronounce film. So anyway, people naturally have difficulty pronouncing different dialects, even though they're the same language, Arab language. That's when we have the variations.
And misunderstand some words too.
Absolutely.
Is that
because
part of it?
In their dialect and local culture, the meaning of that word would be slightly different to what it would mean in a different place. So these are the variations that we are talking about that are coming up. Now, within 2 years, I mean, at this point in time, second year after the Prophet Muhammad, Abu Bakr passes away. Okay, so this is the second year Abu Bakr passes away. Now we have
so you're saying the transmission is not divinely protected from error in that sense, that natural things occur and there are mistakes that are incorporated. You're saying like
let me
that's
clarify
not a
this.
problem.
So when I'm like at the end, you will have an idea of what I'm saying. Okay.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Okay. Now in the third year, we have a new caliph in place who's Omar, and now a couple of years into his caliphate, we have the Islamic armies have already conquered Levant. You know, the Levant, the Syriac Muslims are now Muslims. You know, they're beginning to engage with the Quran. And the northern Iraq, the Muslims, the converts over there, the Christian Jewish people who converted to Islam over there, now they are engaging in with the Quran. Okay, now there is entirely new people engaging with the Quran. Okay, now once the armies have gone out of the desert, and the armies are stationed in Levant, and the armies are stationed in Iraq, what is happening is there is huge population. These are population centers, right, of the ancient world.
Yes.
So there is hardly any population in Hijaz. Makkah and Medina population is, you can just, you know, it's
tiny.
It's nothing, you know. There's no comparison drawn, right? So there's Iraq and Syria are the huge population centers, and when people from there are engaging with the Quran, that's when the real concerns come up, because they are. Now they are heavily engaging with the Quran, and recitations are changing. There is variations are coming up, and people are also trying to document those things. So now, when we have 10 years, this duration is 10 years, but a pretty good job is being done, because the Qaris who went out of Makkah and Medina, they are making their best efforts to teach the Qurayshi dialect to people, right? To how to recite the Quran. But it's all a dynamic situation. Now we have, after 12 years of Omar's reign, we have new caliph in place, Uthman. All right. Now during Uthman, already the Quran is getting established in different recitations, recitations. You know, you have the Hafs tradition, and then you have the other sorts of traditions like Dari, and you know, there are various recitation traditions of the Quran, right? Now that's
can I just ask you?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, just one thing, because I know when Christianity emerged, also, I don't mean to be like, you're in some sense saying like culturally these were like backwaters. I think Christianity was also kind of emerged from Judea. This is my daughter Grace, by the way. And in some ways it encountered in its encounter with the population centers, their ideas they often saw their ideas as superior, and sort of wanted to, let's say, Hellenize Christianity. If you follow what I'm saying, is that also something that happened with Islam? Was there were let's say Christian ideas kind of
integrated? You mean?
Yeah, people trying to like syncretize something and smooth it over, where they saw themselves as superior, because I'm not sure there are population centers, but I imagine also there are centers of wealth and prestige and power. And so there's always a dynamic between a kind of backwaters culture. Like here in America, you have the Mormons, came out of like nowhere, right? They're interacting with the United States government. And in many ways, the US government is like, who are you? You're a bunch of, do you know what I mean? Is it sort of like that?
Yeah,
or was it seen as superior? Like the original culture was superior clearly and was just conquering. You know what I mean?
I wouldn't say the original culture held its superiority. Once the armies moved into Iraq and Sham, which is like Levant, what happened was there was immediate transformation. These people became Muslim like in no time, like overnight they became Muslim, right? Overnight it happens, right?
Yeah.
And now they begin to dominate the later times. Definitely, they dominate the later times. But much of their domination in terms of theology was synthesized, fortunately, not in the Quran, but in a separate book called Hadith.
Okay.
That's where the
and that's the
Hadiths
writings
originate.
of the scholars?
That's where the hadith books originate, in the Levant and in northern Iraq. Okay, but as far as the Quran goes, during Uthman's time, Uthman actually collects all the variations that were written down and has them, shredded. Basically, he burned them down. We would call them modern time. In our present times, we would call them shredding. So he would shred it down, because we don't want these variations to be circulating and people disagreeing over what is the Quran, right? So he is the one who standardizes the Quran. So that standardization process is called as Uthmani standardization work, manuscript.
Is it down to the word? Every word is standardized?
Now we believe the document that Uthman standardized is the book to go with, where God is protecting that manuscript, right?
Okay.
Yes.
So is that like King James? You ever heard of KJVists in Christianity? Even though that's obviously a translation, they wouldn't deny that, but they would say God worked in a special way through the scholars. Even though the scholars themselves just saw themselves as scholars, but that is, in a sense, you know what I'm saying? And I do understand you need a standardization that goes on. But my question is, who is it you said did that? Uthman?
Uthman, yeah. The
Uthman,
third caliph.
who was the caliph?
The third caliph.
Okay, which means he's both a king and a religious ruler?
Yeah, I mean, in early
he's primarily
Islam,
the king.
No, in early Islam, the king was the religious ruler. He was both. Like, he was the religious head as well as the political head.
So he'd be like Caesar and the Pope, like the Roman Empire
combined
and
together.
the Pope in one.
In
Okay,
one, yeah,
right.
in one, yeah.
Okay, now here's my question, as opposed, like in contrast to Christianity. What authority did he have? Because it's not in the Quran, right? There would be no reference to that structure, or maybe there is.
No, there is no reference to the early Islamic political system in the Quran. So the political structure is not referenced in the Quran. It's early Islamic history.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because you understand what I'm saying is, with the councils, we are very clear, as Catholics anyways, we're very clear that the bishops, when they got together, and that's found in the New Testament, when the bishops get together, they have clear authority from Jesus.
Okay.
But they're not apostles, but they're the successors of the apostles. So I'm saying, when Uthman is doing this, I understand the impetus to do it, but how do you know that was correct?
Okay, I understand. There's a very simple answer to this. The answer comes straight from the Quran. The Quran has a verse which requires the Muslim community to obey God, obey the messenger, and obey the elected official, obey the ruler. Okay, so it says, "Ati'u Allah wa ati'u Rasula wa ulul amri minkum," and people in charge of your administration. So if people are in charge of your administration, which is a caliph, then people are required to obey the caliph.
Okay, and you know, the New Testament has that as well. Paul says obey the rulers, but clearly Paul is saying that the rulers, they're not seeing them as Christians. And I imagine in this Islamic early text, they weren't ruling, but they were saying, like, we will. Am I right about that? Like, obey the rulers in the sense that we're not revolutionaries, so we're not going to like immediately get crushed by the rulers because we're not primarily political. We're primarily is that correct? I don't know.
In
follow what
Muhammad,
I'm saying?
Yeah, I followed what you're saying. In Islam, you have in Prophet Muhammad both a king and a prophet. He's a king and a prophet who marshals armies and also gives them scripture, right? So you have the same model being synthesized in the caliphs, because it's the same one exact verse. Obey God, obey the messenger, and obey those who are in charge of your authority. Okay, so wherever Islam, for a time, Christianity was a persecuted religion. We all know that. And then at a certain point, first it was Constantine, then it was Theodosius who converted. But prior to that, Christianity had no real political power. Yeah.
But you're saying from the get-go, Islam always was synonymous with political power. So could you be a Muslim in a if you follow what I'm saying, in a non-Muslim, could you embrace the message of the Quran in a foreign, in other words, non-Muslim land, or was it always that they went hand in hand?
Let me say this to you. A Christian could be a believer within Islam. So a Muslim believer, a Christian believer, and a Jewish believer would all be believers in the eyes of God. But a Jewish believer would not be a Muslim because his authority would be Torah. So he would be judging according to the Torah. A Christian would be
you're
still...
misunderstanding. My question is, let's say, I don't know what the name of the kingdoms. Let's say you're in a kingdom which is not under Muslim control, and you become a Muslim, but there isn't a conquest of that area. You follow what I'm saying? So like an American today who becomes Muslim. Did that happen, or is that just like almost didn't ever happen?
In that case, that individual would not be reckoned as a Muslim, but would be reckoned as a mu'min, a believer. Because Muslim meant that you had to submit to the Islamic authority. So if a man lived in a far-off land, for example, you have early converts in India, right? Because of the trade routes. So those people in India who converted but did not have an Islamic authority would be called as believers, mu'minun, believers, and not exactly Muslims because they don't have an Islamic authority, right?
So in a sense, you're not really able to have Islam unless you also have the political power?
Absolutely, yeah.
Would that be true today? A Muslim in America, which is obviously...
Yes.
So you're not really fully a Muslim?
Yeah, exactly. You can say we are believers. We can say we are believers, mu'minun. Muslim requires establishment of God's kingdom, authoritative power structure. Yeah, it requires that. Because we will be submitting our taxes to the Islamic authority, and then Islamic authority will go on to do the business that God bids them to do, right?
Right. Okay, yeah. I mean, Catholics are similar in the sense that Catholics believe, people don't know this, Catholics believe that every nation should be a Catholic nation, and we don't believe in freedom of religion. But we have accommodations. And I think the same is true of Islam. You have accommodations. Yeah. You're not going to say that you have to run for president of the United States and establish a caliph if it's just not realistic.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
But you would be working towards that as an ideal.
Yes.
Okay, sure.
Let me welcome Grace here. Yeah, Ben, excuse me. Just let me welcome this Grace here. Hello, Grace. You're welcome here. Do you have... Oh, I'm sorry.
Grace is my daughter.
There we go.
Oh, really?
Hello.
Right.
Hi, Dad.
Hello.
Oh.
So, Grace, do you want to contribute to the discussion that your dad is having right now, or?
Well, I just as a Christian, I've been sort of exploring Islam, not as a religion, but sort of as a lifestyle, because I think it's really interesting that Muslim people are sort of seen as Christian enemies of Christians, but they've actually maintained very similar kind of like lifestyles and attitudes towards like marriage and family and structures like that Christians used to, whereas Christians have sort of progressed and lost a lot of that sort of traditional stuff. So I think it's interesting what you're saying. I didn't know that Islam relied on the country's government being Muslim for it to be real. So
he sees that as the ideal, I think.
Yeah.
Although you have controversies, right? Because you have Muslim dominant countries now that are secular, so they're not caliphs, all the way to like the extreme of like ISIS, which would say it's going to be a worldwide caliph, right? So there's some controversy about the mixture. Am I right about that?
The word caliphate, by the way. The word caliphate is just a word. What we need is a concept to function, to become functional, right? So you can go with, for example, caliphate basically ended when the Seljuks came into the Muslim empire. When the Seljuks came in, they began using the word sultan.
And they're like Turkish, right?
They're Turkish, that's correct. So they began using the word sultan instead of khalifa. Okay.
Right.
So Khalifa is just nomenclature, but what survives is a concept that functions, right?
Yeah.
So caliphate is just a title. Today, if today's Muslim empire could use the word president.
I'm getting an echo, Grace. Do you hear that echo?
I don't.
It's when you came on.
So
I'm
Grace
echoing.
can reduce her volume, I suppose, a little bit.
Yeah, maybe it's coming through your headphones. Maybe I don't know.
Is it okay?
I'm not hearing it now. A little bit. But
Well, I turned down my
I don't know
headphones.
if the
Should be
screen
better.
is hearing. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So it's just a nomenclature, I should say. But if there was this Muslim presidency today, it can be used to run the Islamic government with the nomenclature of a presidency. There would be absolutely no trouble. Yeah.
So is it Masood? Is that correct?
Masood is my name. Yeah.
Masood. Okay, so Grace may make some waves. She goes a little further than I would, but she says, I would rather live under a Muslim, even though I'm Christian.
Okay.
I would rather live under Muslim rule than modern Western rule because, let's say, for example, for women, it's actually more conducive to being a young woman to live in a tradition, and what do you mean by Muslim society? There's a whole bunch, but like I think she would say a typical Arab culture is much more conducive to a healthy family life, to having children, to having the structures of a family and especially fatherhood upheld and not attacked constantly than in the West where bikinis are the norm, where sexual shenanigans are the norm. And I actually think that's but you can understand Christians get all crazy about that, right? Because they think that what she's saying is Christianity is wrong. But what she's saying is functionally Islam does better.
Yeah.
In terms of creating a healthy, and we don't know, but we've interacted with a bunch of people from the Middle East. They seem really socially much nicer people than the people you encounter on the internet in the West, who are usually sort of crazy. But that doesn't mean anything. But I actually endorse that because I think if a religion doesn't, in a sense, pay the bills, if it just says all these things, but the culture doesn't actually, like Catholics, right? So Catholics say we're against birth control, but we do birth control. Catholics say we're against abortion, but we do abortion. So what's the good? There's a problem there. Even though I agree with the teaching of the church, you have to say Catholic culture fails because we're not reproducing. And it's sort of like the winner is the one who produces kids and maintains a culture, which is maybe I don't know if that's a religious debate, but it's kind of like, I really respect Muslim culture.
Yeah.
And I could see why they would say we're the great Satan. And if we get into foreign policy, I could super see why they say we're the great Satan, because we're backing a political regime that seems like crazy, in my opinion, in the Middle East. So I just wonder if, without necessarily saying one is true and one is false, whether we could, without it, without what you call kumbaya, that term, without saying we're all happy, we just don't want to have any friction, recognize there are differences, but also recognize the commonalities. But what I'm interested in particular, is when you say the caliph has the authority to unify the text, and I assume there's documentation of that. I'm just saying, would a critical Western person say yeah, that's that text goes back, we have stuff from that time forward? You know what I mean? Textual criticism is solid at that point, that it really goes back to there. But prior to that, what I'm saying is, couldn't you make the claim that some things were lost when those variants were shredded?
Yeah.
Because you acknowledge that there were variations. And I would say the authority is less than that of the Quran. right? The authority of the caliph.
Yeah, I get your point. So obviously, the authority of the caliph and the messenger of God, Prophet Muhammad himself, would function under the Quran, right? So what I'll do is I'll just quickly mute Grace here, unless if Grace wants to talk, she can put her hands up, and I'll bring her in because there's an echo.
She's causing audio problems.
Yep. So
typical female.
So now, what there is even the Prophet Muhammad can only function under the Quran, right? So he cannot let go of some bits of the Quran or add bits to it out of his own volition. So God
Okay, but you're defining the Quran as the text that, you know what I'm saying? It seems circular. I'm not trying to be like fancy, but you're saying you define the Quran by the later standardized text, and then you're subjecting Muhammad to it. Sounds backwards.
I do get your point. I do get your point. That's how you can look at it, okay? But now there is an agency that's involved in this belief system, in this doctrine. From a secular standpoint, you can say that's a circular argument, or that's circular, because you don't adopt the assumption of an agency, right? You don't think an agency is a plausible parameter. But now in belief system,
I don't know what you mean by agency.
The agency is God, who is giving this doctrine, who is giving these words to Muhammad. From a secular standpoint,
God is an agency?
Yeah, God is an agency who's an, I mean,
like a
God,
source. You mean the source?
Yeah, source. God is a source. The angel Gabriel is an agency. All right.
Oh, sure. Okay, an agent of the source. Yeah.
So it's you can.
What
combine
I'm saying
both.
is, so
you can
okay, you
combine them
said
both.
maybe you're saying there is an acknowledgement that maybe there's a language between God and the angel, and I understand that you're not saying it's a written language. It's not necessarily Arabic, but there's a sort of the language of the angels, let's say.
Yeah.
Which is more perfect than the Quran, in a sense.
I wouldn't say it's more perfect. What I would say is, obviously, God created us. God created human beings, and human beings come with the ability, the natural ability, to formulate language. Okay?
Yeah.
The same would be true for angels. Once God created angels, angels would have the ability to come up with their language. So when God would communicate to angels, he would use that language to communicate to angels. Like, for example, God communicated to Moses directly without an intermediary angel. So God talked to Moses directly in Hebrew language, okay? So God would do the same thing. When he would speak to the angels, he would speak in the angelic language. And that would be the responsibility of this angel who was chosen by God as his agent to give messages to Arabic people, which is the Quran at this point in time. So the angel would communicate the Quran to Muhammad, and Muhammad, upon hearing this, would narrate it word for word, okay? And then the listener would absorb it, and God would help this memory be etched.
Yeah.
Okay. And then later on documented. Okay. So
yes. Now, what's important to me about that is that at each step of this, do you have the idea that God was? We have the idea of inerrancy. You know what I mean, like that. But we don't have the. I don't think the Catholic idea is that it's word for word. A perfect recitation of an angel. Do you know what I mean? Like the Gospel of Matthew, let's say the author is Matthew. Matthew wasn't getting this word from, he was inspired by the Holy Spirit. It's less direct than that an angel was literally, and he was just transcribing it. Do you know what I mean? It's less.
I get your point.
And so Matthew could have gotten some things wrong, but not, the Holy Spirit kept it from error, but not that every word was absolutely perfect. I think the understanding of the Quran is a higher understanding that it was. But what you're saying is the angel, if he was in South Asia, may have done it in Hindi, if that's a language, or Tamil or whatever.
Yes.
And that would have been fine too.
Yes.
But obviously God for whatever reason, but he's not saying the Arabic language is the language of God.
But unfortunately, Muslims believe that, okay?
Okay.
Muslims believe Arabic as the language of God, which is incorrect. My basic argument with them would be, look, God communicated to Muhammad only for 23 years, but he was communicating to Hebrews for 1,000 years. So that would graduate to be the case that God has Hebrew as his language, and Hebrew people would be justified to think like that. They would be justified to think God's language is Hebrew. But unfortunately, that's not the case. God does not speak Hebrew. God only spoke Hebrew to Moses, and God speaks different languages to different creatures of his. Okay, but now the fact of the matter is that I wanted to tell you this is, I think I lost your point. One of the points that you made, I lost it.
The point I was trying to say is that in order for something to be held as absolutely the word of God, every word, you'd have to have God acting all the way through each step until it's standardized in a way that then we can just say, okay, it hasn't changed since then. Okay. And and Christians have an understanding of how that works, because we have an authority system that I don't think is similar to Muslim, because you have sort of consensus of scholars at a certain point, and you don't have something the equivalent of bishops, I don't think. And,
so let me say this quickly.
I'm curious whether...
Let me say this quickly. The process with Injil, which is the gospel given to Christ,
right? Yep, I know.
And the Quran, the process of its dispensation to a human agent is no different. The same exact thing happened between gospel and the Quran. So the angel comes, gives the words to the messenger, and the messenger narrates it. So Jesus.
Okay, so you're saying the understanding of Catholics and Muslims is the same? I don't think so.
No. I'm not saying the understanding of Catholics, okay? What I'm saying is the doctrine of how the message is delivered to a human agent, which is a messenger of God.
And preserved from error.
Now, the preservation is something different. Now, let me say this.
Okay.
Up until the words were given to Jesus and Jesus articulated them, this would be the exact same thing that happened to Prophet Muhammad, okay? Okay? Let's be good here. Let's be good here, and let me say this, and then I will take your response.
Absolutely,
thereafter.
sure.
Because this is important that I'm trying to tell you this.
No, absolutely. I talk too much.
Now, the thing is, with Jesus Christ, we have uncertainty. In the gospel accounts, we get to understand Jesus may have spoken Aramaic as well as Hebrew. Okay, so we are unsure. But what we do have is the scriptures are recorded in Greek.
Right.
So what has happened is we have lost track of the language of revelation from the mouth of Jesus completely. We run out of clue because the gospel accounts.
You can guess, but you can guess.
You can guess, but you have you have parity between the two options, Hebrew and Aramaic, because on the cross he says Eli Eli lama sabachthani, which is Aramaic, but in the Gospel of John you do get an impression that Jesus was speaking Hebrew language. But we have the scriptures in Greek, so we can see how the exact word and inerrancy has been lost in the aftermath of Jesus Christ.
In the sense of the literal words he
spoke.
Other than Eli, Eli, maybe.
Exactly. Yeah. But in case of the Quran, that was not the case. It was immediately preserved in the actual language that it was communicated in. So that's the difference between the gospel and the Quran.
I think that's true. Yeah. I think that's the difference. Yeah. We have I believe you can guess, because even though it's written in Greek, there are Aramaicisms, like certain types of ways of like couplets, and people have compared that, and that's more of an Aramaic thing, but it is in Greek. But I don't think anyone would think that Jesus of Nazareth spoke Greek, and therefore his words in Greek. I don't think that Christians hold that.
There could be a chance though, but we don't know. We are not sure. Yeah. That's where the uncertainty is. Yeah.
There's certainly it's never told that he spoke in Greek. But he could have been fluent. Okay, but what I'm saying the difference is, and I'm not trying to say like I'm right, you're wrong. I'm just curious because we have a structure that Islam doesn't have, which is we have what we call apostolic authority, the bishops, we have a pope. So there's a way of defining things later on authoritatively. Now, Protestants disagree with that, obviously. But we would say that the Holy Spirit preserves those actions from error, so that it's not the same thing as occurred in the writing of the scriptures, because that's inspired, but that we have a way of sort of making sure that where there is something that could be a legitimate dispute, the Holy Spirit, through the minds of men, but like particular men who have this authority, will not mess up. And Islam doesn't have that. And so you would have to have a kind of almost like a mysticism. I don't know if you have that, where the consensus of scholars get it right, but I'm not sure whether that's ever been, maybe it's just never been defined, or the caliph, like that particular caliph. But I know there are controversies between Sunni and Shia about whether I know there's isn't the basic difference about like the success, like a couple of successors down from Muhammad, where there's like, who is the true sort of heir?
Yeah, that's what
and so I was reading there were people maybe in the past who said, well, maybe some of this history was scrubbed when it was unified. And my question is just like, on what basis would you say that didn't happen? Do you know what I mean? Like, on what authority would you say no? What's the theory?
No to the similar structure being arranged in Islam?
Well, I don't know. Like, so I think the issue has to do with Sunnis and Shia, in the sense the Sunnis say there was a history that's not really in the Quran, or maybe I have it backwards.
So basically, this is how it goes. Like the Shias, they assume the work of the first house, which is the Prophet's house, to have the divine authorization to continue to lead the Islamic faith. Okay, so this is the view of the Shia people. Okay, but the
indirect
Sunnis,
line, is that what it is?
Yeah, it's an indirect line, because Prophet Muhammad never had his own sons, so he had grandsons through his daughter Fatima. Okay, yeah. So the Shias assert we have to have this house, the Prophet's house, continue to lead us. Okay, so they would rest the religious authority to that house. Okay, so the scholars that come out of this house would have the ultimate say, would have the consensus to define what religion is, what sacraments are, what doctrine is, and stuff like that. So
and this is Shia.
This is Shia.
Shia, okay.
But the Sunnis don't have such doctrine. The Sunnis pretty much go with the verse of the Quran which says, Amruhum shura bainahum, which means your affairs have to be discerned by mutual agreement. So here the Quran is talking to res publica, the general public. It's not talking to specific to the house of the Prophet. It's giving a general doctrine to the whole Muslim community. It says, Amruhum shura bainahum. Your affairs must be determined out of mutual agreement. Okay, that's the verse of the Quran. So the Sunnis go off this. Okay. And then they elect the caliphs and the leaders, and they don't necessarily attribute authority to the house of the Prophet. Okay, if that makes sense. But we do have.
So it's loosely like the difference between Catholics and Protestants, right? The Catholics say it is the bishops and their successors, and the Protestants say it's the Bible.
Yep.
And we come to a consensus. So it's loosely like that?
Somewhat like that, but bishops not necessarily they're attached to the house of Jesus, because there's no family there. But in Islam, the Shia have a family of the Prophet Muhammad, right, to go with.
Right, a literal family.
Yeah. So that's the difference. But You are really having a very good inquiry here. I mean, I really, really appreciate you coming up and.
Well, thank you. I appreciate you being so like open-minded and me being so stupid about it.
No.
But I think sometimes it's good to talk with someone who just has no idea, because you can get to the deeper problems. You know what I mean?
So I just wanna say something that you spoke in reference to your daughter Grace here, that she would prefer living in an Islamic society. I can see why that is the case. Okay. I lived in California for some time. I was there for a couple of years, and then I now live in Australia, right? So I can see, and I can see why it is important for women to have their dignity being protected right from the get-go. Okay, that's important, because I'm a male. Okay, I'm a male. I'm like a lion, right? So what does the lion do? The lion fights for females, basically. And that's all the fight the lion does in his life, right? So he's not keen on hunting. All he does is defends the harem, right? That's what he does, right?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
So a man is like this. So in our system today, what we have is something that God protects firmly, because God understands the psychology of man and his approach to the women. So God says in Islam, it's very clear in Surah Nisa, chapter number 4, it's pretty clear. God says, you may marry women, but before you do, give them a bridal gift. So in wild nature, if the male lion needs to take over the females of a pride, he needs to go through death to fight that battle. He needs to really go through the jaws of death to be able to secure those females. And only then would he protect the family, would bring up the cubs and make sure that the cubs grow up to be the next generation for him, right? So he has to earn that right. And when he earns the right, he will protect the family, right? Now, what we do, we say, oh, you have a free access. There is no need to give bridal gift. So the animals are paying with blood, but God wants us to pay through our earnings. God says, if you want to take a female to find peace with her, to find tranquility, to neutralize your passion, then give her a gift. That's a bridal gift, okay? Now that bridal gift, how much it is? It's the right of the lady to ask. So the ladies can go and ask.
Do you know what he's referring to, Grace? Do you know what he's referring to?
So
a bridal gift. So in order to marry a woman, you have to give her a gift, which remains. We've watched some. I forget the guy's name. He's a big YouTuber guy from Kuwait, I think. Sheikh something Hasid, and he talks about this gift. What's interesting is it remains her property.
Absolutely.
And the man cannot touch it.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it can be a huge sum, but it all depends on
It depends on the lady, though. If there's a virgin lady and she thinks she is honest, she has a character, she has the commitment to maintain a family and be loyal to the man, if she has this commitment, she is a gem. She should not let a man touch her for free. Because if she lets a man touch her for free, if she lets a man touch her for free, that man is going to move on, go away. Once the man is done with touching, the man has other options. So he's attracted with other females who are more beautiful, who are more attractive, and he goes and has these free journeys, free rides. So God stops that.
Yeah.
God in the Quran stops that, ceases that. God says no manipulating females. Females must be taken with a sense of responsibility and with the sincerity of love and relationship. So when you submit a dowry, which may be like, for example, $20,000 or $30,000, then I don't have $30,000 every time to change relationships, right? That once I pay 30K to you,
it's an investment.
Yeah, once I pay 30K to you, I can't say, oh, I have a change of mind. Now I'm attracted to somebody else. I have to move on. So if I need to move on, she will ask me 30K again. Where will I get that from?
Yeah, that's what I like. I like, you could see it as transactional, but like in America, it's generally understood and encouraged, or at least like totally fine if like you generally lose your virginity in high school around 16, 17. That's just stupid for women. Like,
Can I just ask
you're
Masood, just as a politeness thing? I am addicted to tobacco, so I want to take a little break. Do you want me to calm down? Okay.
Yeah. If you can calm down, I might as well bring someone else here. So if that's okay.
We know this guy Pelu. Yeah, if you want to bring him on, he's a really nice guy. He's a Omanian, I think, Muslim.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, you can switch off your cam if you're going.
Whatever
for a
you want me
break.
to do.
Yeah. Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
So I'll bring a couple of more people here.
Am I still echoing?
No, you're
Hi,
not.
Pelu.
Now it's good.
I'm
Now
not.
it's good.
Okay. I put echo cancellation on.
Yeah. Now it's
Yeah,
good.
so like you could say like, oh, this bride price, like, oh, so you're paying for sex with a woman or something. You're paying for a wife, like it's all about love. But like it kind of like, I don't think it's the perfect way to do it, but it makes a help. Dad, can you mute your mic when you type? It's just doing the.
Sorry, I'll mute. Yep.
That's okay. It's American attitudes, modern American attitudes towards sex don't recognize the physical realities of being a woman, that your virginity is incredibly precious and important to a man, that you have biological realities of when you can have kids and when that's the best time for you. We just act like that doesn't exist, and I think women suffer from it. And I think it's interesting to say that Islam is better for women than modern America, because that would blow most Americans' brains, because blow their minds, because Americans think of Islam as this horrendous misogynistic thing. And it's like, well, actually, when you look at it, it's better for us. It protects us. It respects us. You know, I'm not saying it's the perfect system, obviously, and I wouldn't do it because that would be kind of like pretending. Like, I wasn't raised in that, so I am an American woman. It is what it is. But I still can see the value, like the serious value of that kind of traditional culture.
Yeah, thank you, Grace. I mean, look, I'm a man, and I know how hard it is to earn money and to play with it. All right. So if I can get a woman for a dinner and a drink, I would love it. So it's so cheap. It's so cheap, right? So it's just a dinner. It's just a dinner and a drink, and I get what I want. But if I get the same lady for $30K, I will think twice, or maybe I can't even do it. If all the ladies in the world demanded $30K, what options do I have? Just to be with one, right?
True. Yeah.
Right.
I mean, I think like a girl's virginity, it's not a bad thing to say like, hey, listen, this is worth a lot of money. Like, if you want to think about it like that, like you're giving it away for free at 16 to some idiot guy in high school. And it's not like you're going to experience any pleasure. It's just going to be awful. Like, why do we just assume this is normal and healthy? It's stupid. It's just stupid. And abortion is stupid. Men have convinced women that having casual sex with them and then killing their own baby if they get pregnant is positive for them. How does that make any sense?
Absolutely.
Like, it's all just assumed.
Absolutely.
And I'm not even saying this as a religious fundamentalist. I'm saying it like pro-women. Like, the pill also is the biggest science experiment ever done on women on a mass scale. Makes you like half pregnant all the time. You know, and Islam is seen as an anti-woman lifestyle, religion, whatever, but they actually care. This stuff that we take for granted is horrendous for women.
Absolutely. God cares.
Yeah.
Actually, God wants to protect women because he knows man is a transgressor, man is an oppressor, man is having the muscle to overpower the lady. God knows this because God is the one who gave the man strength, right? And weakness to the lady, right? God knows how it would be used against her. So therefore God says, deposit the bridal gift. And then is when you're allowed legally to touch her. If you cannot deposit, don't touch her. You don't have the right to touch her, right? So that's
but
what
you know
God
what's
does.
Also good?
Yeah.
God, so in the fall, right? So man now can exert, like before the fall, man and woman lived in harmony. But now there is sort of this rift between the sexes. So man has physical power, but the woman has the power of the tongue. And that is a serious power. And so
Bargain.
Islam also recognize
Use it
Yeah.
to bargain, right? To get a good deal.
Well,
So-
true, yes, but also like men have physical power, women have emotional, like speech power. I would say, like women can cut a man in a million ways. So Islam also recognizes that and puts the man in charge of the woman. And I know there are different ways that that's worked out, but there's generally a lot of authority given to the man to sort of control the woman in certain ways, especially in marriage, if he so chooses. And that is also recognizing the reality. Like if men can abuse their strength, women can abuse their speech and manipulation. And so it's just recognizing the reality of the state that humans are in when it comes to the sexes. And that's very
And
appealing.
Grace, this is amazing because I'm also someone from a Catholic background, but I'm discerning Shia Islam right now. And I was just talking about this about there is a verse in the Quran that kind of talks about this, verse 494, which is actually infamous. A lot of people quote it to say that it's anti-woman, but it actually, if you look at the tafsirs, it's the opposite. It's about how, you know, the stages of marriages and couples that are fighting and arguing and stuff, and eventually if the couple argues enough, they should separate to the point where then they're not even sleeping in the same bedroom. And it says that the man has the right to strike the female. Now here's what's interesting: the English translation makes it sound like domestic abuse, like strike the female. That can only mean one thing. However, the term zad or zarb in Arabic has 26 different meanings. And the meaning that was used, according to Ibn Abbas, who was the cousin of Muhammad, the meaning that was used there was as a sort of joke where you would take this little paper toothbrush and sort of boop her on the head with a little paper toothbrush, just to sort of joke around and lighten the mood so that you guys can get back to talking about what's existentially threatening your marriage. God doesn't want people to strike their wives. He wants husband and wife to be in harmony with each other and to see the greater, whole of their marriage, to actually encourage, unity between the spouses, right? So learning the true meaning of that text just absolutely blew me away, that God is so much smarter at reconciling marriages than we are, that he's even able to use humor in the Quran to sort of, disarm us and get us and get like men and women to talk to each other again. It was a very pleasant surprise whenever I read that tafsir.
I mean, I could see that, but I actually think physically correcting your wife could be perfectly appropriate. So I don't have a problem with the English translation either, but I can see what you're saying. Yeah, maybe. I mean, I think Islam has been falsely portrayed as a woman. Like I had a debate where I was trying to make this case and they were like, oh, they're women beating. Everyone gets raped in Muslim countries. I was like, what are you guys talking about? Like, this is just anti-Islam propaganda. It's just been forced down Americans' throats. And, Christianity, I think, is the true religion, but it's the culture of Christianity has lost sight of the natural facts of life. All these, especially between men and women, it's just lost sight of it, and or at least it's risking it. I understand why it's not appealing to people.
But the Quran affirms your tradition too, right? Sorry,
Hello,
I'm sorry,
Numinius. Welcome to the channel. I just wanted to say hi to you, and Mr. Pelu, hello to you as well. I just want to make a point here. I just want to make a point here that I have a Quran translation. If you guys would want to refer that, okay? So I'll paste the link in the chat on YouTube. It's called IslamicScriptures.com. That's my Quran translation. Actually, I've had a journey here in Australia. America is actually a much better place for religion. When I was in States, I had my friends at workplace. He was an atheist, Bob, and we had plenty of discussions between faith and atheism. And not once was he disrespectful to God. All right, but when I came to Australia, my very first experience was like awful. Like, for the very first time I saw in my life white people using abusive language to Jesus. I never experienced that in America or in the UK. But when I came to Australia, I received the shocks of my life. I was like, it was during Christmas time and everyone's partying and they were like using dirty language to Jesus. I was like, what, you're having nice time during the holidays because of whom you're celebrating, and you're still abusing him. That doesn't make sense. And then sooner I got introduced to the larger culture in Australia, and that was heavily seeped in atheism and anti-religious and anti-faith statements. So I got involved in an atheist group who challenged me, my faith, and out of that relationship, they gave me several books to read. And after 4 years of reading is when I wrote my first response and my first book. And that led me on a journey of writing few more books. So I wrote 3 books. And then finally I ended up translating the Quran in modern English. So that's where the English translation, you can find it on islamicscriptures.com. I have the link in the chat on YouTube.
Oh, you personally translated?
Yes, I did, yeah.
Wow.
And I also have 3 commentaries written. You can find the links in that same website, and a little story of how this really happened. And this atheist is today my good friend. So we are really good friend, and we dine together. We have a very good relationship going forward. I have had a journey here, and this translation that I've done might actually benefit you guys, because the activity happens in America. Don't get me wrong. That's where people have some broad shoulders, and they do things that no one else in the world do. You know what I mean? So for that, in that sense, America is the place to go, and because.
Well, don't let Australians get you down. I mean, they're literally a penal colony, so they're
I
criminal
think Australians,
descendants. Yeah.
they have a masculine, like their idea of masculinity is to be very rough, because I do think they descend from criminals. And so I think it's more cultural than it is, like they're good-hearted people, but they have this sort of chip on their shoulders because of their origins, which I don't know if it, they'd be more comfortable with blasphemy.
But I think what I should say about Australians is they admire Americans, for sure they admire Americans. But it's only so much that they do what the Americans do. The Americans literally lead in some of the fantastic fields. Even in religion, today I can see the YouTube explodes, and who's making the engagement? Americans are making the engagement. Not so much the Aussies, all right? Not so much any part of the world. But Americans are at the forefront of everything, and this is a good this is a good time period that I'm living through, to be sitting here and engaging with American audience. And there's a lot of activity. Even when I see my YouTube stats, it's Americans. You know what I mean?
You know, if you're finding a lot of it's partially to do with the time zone, because there it's what, 7 a.m. or something.
It's right now it's 1 p.m.
But you should be especially happy because the Super Bowl is going on right now, and so if you're getting Americans, that's like beyond Christmas and Easter. That's like the American holiday. So you should feel doubly blessed. We have a pretty good following. You'll see it in your chat. Some of them are quite crazy, but like they're good-natured people. But we tend to.
I'll quickly show you something. My website here, so you guys can have an idea. So those mathematical signs over there are just a bug, I suppose. I got to work on them. But this is the website. So I'm calling it Islamic Scriptures, and you have the link to the Holy Bible, which will take you to the BibleGateway.com. Okay, so this is these are the chapters of the Quran. So all you have to do is click the plus sign, and I have divided them into subsections. So you can choose one of the sections over there, and you can start reading, and you can use the next button to navigate through the Quran. Okay. So if you go back to the home page, I have my books out here. This is my first ever book written. It's on how God created the universe, and especially the planet Earth and its skies. The 6-day creation sequence is explained here. Okay. Mm-hmm. And then I have the second book, which is called The Creation of Earth and Origins of Life. And in here, I'm taking a take against evolution and sort of presenting the process of origins of life according to the scriptures. Okay. And then
your Earth is not round.
Then I have the third book, which is called Sharia for Australians. So that's my third book. But this book had to be written because there were several objections calling the Abrahamic law as cruel. So I had to write this book to show how God's law is benign, premised on justice, fairness, and compassion. Okay. So.
Okay, yeah, I actually want to follow through on this. So when you translate, you know that your translation is different than other English translations. You're aware of that because otherwise, why would you do this?
Mm-hmm.
But do you don't feel like you have any special authority that your translation, or I don't know if there are any official translations. Is that right? That's the part that's confusing because I come from a different system. You know what I mean? It's like we have like authority. The Bible into English, there is an official Catholic translation, but we largely allow other ones. But
actually, but even then, you have the Saint Ignatius translation, and then you have the New American Bible translation. So there's actually two different mainstream Catholic translations right now. Yeah.
Oh, is the Saint Ignatius a different translation? I think that's just an addition.
It is. No. It's a different translate. It uses different wordage and than the New American Bible.
I know that it used to be the Douay-Rheims version, which was in French, was because it was translated from the Vulgate. But the church, of course, because when you go to Mass, but it's not every country has the same translation. Like the New American Bible is the translation.
No, because also
in Latin, right? I believe American.
They're also not just going to rely on the Vulgate though. They're also going to use the Septuagint and some of the Masoretic text and some of the Dead Seats. Like whatever the earliest documentation is for every single word is what they'll probably use, right?
But what would happen is the American bishops with the Vatican would put their stamp of approval on a translation.
And the USCCB, and they currently.
But I don't know what Muslims do. I don't think they have any such mechanism.
Well, actually, I wanted to talk with you about that, Ben, because we have a similar background, but I'm discerning Shiism, and then Prophet Daniel, since he has so much experience as a lifelong Muslim, hearing these different views, he can affirm or maybe critique some of what I'm about to say because I'm still a noob, right? But so one of the things that draws me to Shiism is the chain of authority, because that's what I grew up around as a Catholic, and so they put their chain of authority in the Ahlul Bayt, the holy family of the Prophet, right?
But
and
that
so
doesn't exist today. Is that right? Does that exist today?
So currently the holy family of the Prophet, that divine power or that divine authority was given to the infallible 12 imams, right? Some of whom themselves were Ahlul Bayt, but all of them claim some kind of dissent, right? So you have the 12 infallible
and this is
imams.
Dissent by blood, not by.
I believe that they're all Sayyids. And if you're a Sayyid, you are descended from Muhammad. Yeah. And now the 12th imam is currently in occultation. So that is Imam Mahdi, right? So there's a sort of apocalyptic view in Shiism that he'll return on the last day along with Muhammad and Christ.
Oh, so there is a guy?
Imam Mahdi.
Okay.
Sorry, Pelu, what's up?
Oh no. The Shia say, but they don't say that he's going to come with Muhammad though. He's going to lay upon him. The Shias don't say he's going to come with Muhammad, but they say he's going to come
not with Muhammad.
Jesus. No, they don't say he's coming with Muhammad.
Okay, I'll make sure to double check on that. Okay.
Around for a couple thousand years. Hold on, give me 1 second. I'm sorry, I'm getting a phone call at work right when I got busy. Hold on.
No, that's totally fine. I think you are right about that. I think I got that wrong. I think you are right about that. But like, what they would do is they have the Thaqalain hadith, and the Thaqalain hadith are all the hadiths that come through the Ahlul Bayt, or the family of the Prophet.
Maybe you can help me, Numenius, because I'm new to this. Hadith is a collection of ancient writings, so it would be loosely similar to like the patristic fathers. Is that right?
It would have a higher status than the patristics, because the patristics do the same function. They commentate on the Bible, but patristics, there's no sacred value inherently in patristics. It's just a very important commentary. Whereas hadith, to a lot of Shias and Sunnis, have like a sacred sort of status.
Is there hadith now?
Yeah.
There's no hadith now.
Okay. It's like this, right?
No.
Let me explain hadith. I mean, what Newman is saying is pretty good. It's pretty good for someone studying. I'm not saying he's off too much, hadith is like this. What's sacred is the sunnah of the prophet, right? The prophet
What
has
does
a
that mean?
sunnah.
What do you mean by the word sunnah?
I'm going to
Only
okay.
in
Thank you.
Sunnism. Only in Sunnism. Yeah. To be clear, that's why it's called Sunnism.
No. The Shias observe the sunnah too, supposedly. So does me
What does the
along with
word mean?
Islam.
What does
I'm
the
going to
word mean?
say. I'm going to say.
Wait.
It means.
Yeah, but
It means. It means well-trodden path. It means well-trodden path.
Okay.
It means the path of the prophet. Basically, a
Oh,
short
sure.
way of
I thought
translating it.
teachings of the Sahaba. Sorry. Yeah, sure.
A short way of translating it would be policy. I love how this policy of the Prophet Muhammad peace upon him. So the policy of the Prophet peace upon him is a sacred part of Islam. The policy, right? But the issue is a lot of people get hadith and sunnah confused. And because they're highly related. Hadith are records of sayings of the Prophet, but from these records, that's how we derive the Sunnah of the Prophet, and of course with the Quran too. We
All right, wait,
derive.
Pila, let me get a clarification because I'm new to this. So you're saying policy in the sense of the rules and regulations. Is that right? So it's a little bit like canon law.
Okay.
I'm looking for analogies. You know what I mean? Is that
Analogy.
like canon law?
Okay. It's like this, right? It's like this. There's revelation. See, hold
Yes.
on. I wish I could see. I wish I had multiple things because I have a way to explain it. But if I try to move out of this thing, I won't be able. Let me see if I could how this works. See now. Here. Never mind. Because I can't go. I can't go on something else. I don't have something else to go.
Well, let me ask you, like, so-
let me make it easy for you, right? Okay, there's three sources of revelation in Islam. There's three main ways to derive revelation, and there's a fourth secondary way. The three main ways to derive revelation is first and foremost the Quran al-Karim, the holy book of Islam.
Mm-hmm.
And the Quran is what gives authority to the Sunnah, because the Quran says, follow God and follow the messenger, and the messenger doesn't speak out of his own whims. And in the messenger, there's a beautiful example. So the Quran gives authority to the Sunnah, because the Prophet himself was the Quran walking, and his explanation, his interpretation of the Quran is what's authoritative by his own action itself. He lived out the revelation of the Quran, and because he lived it out, the part that he lived out, his policy is also considered revelation in Islam.
But is it in the Quran? Is it in the Quran, or is it written somewhere else?
The thing about it, the Sunnah is recorded. We derive the Sunnah. The record of the Sunnah is in Hadiths.
Okay.
That's why Hadiths are important.
So it's a little bit like, is it a little bit like the Trinity, in the sense that Christians would say, and I know this is not something that Islam agrees with, the Trinity is there, but it's not explicitly worked out until later councils, where you have where you have a definition of God from God, light from light, true God from true God.
No. It wouldn't be like that. It wouldn't be like that. No, because it was worked out then. Like he is one. This is directly from the Prophet.
Why would you need Hadith then, if it's all there?
What you mean? Why need Hadith? Because not everything of what the Prophet said is necessarily in the Quran al-Karim. Like he said certain things, like because is his interpretations of things. He did certain things. Okay, like for example, how you pray, every step to pray, because the Quran says follow God and follow the Prophet, and pray like the Prophet prays. But how would you know how the Prophet prays when the Quran doesn't explicitly tell you every detail? You know every detail.
It gives details.
The Sunnah is to give it fleshes out the Quran. Exactly. Okay. The Sunnah is there to flesh out the Quran. That's exactly what it is. All right, Grace. Grace, you have a question?
Let me say something here. I mean, so I have my allegiance to the Sunni political thought. Okay, that's my position. All right, but now there is something super important with around the word Sunnah, right? So the people of religion, they have three hadiths which they work with, right? What did the Prophet leave as his legacy? There's a hadith around this, subject. What did the Prophet leave as his legacy? Okay, there's a hadith. There are 3 hadiths around this subject area. One of the hadith says, the Prophet has left the Quran, the word of God. Okay, that's one of the hadiths. The second hadith in this subject area says, the Prophet has left the Quran and his holy family, the Ahlul Bayt. So that becomes important to the Shias, all right?
That's a Shia thing,
That's become important to Shia. Now the third hadith on this subject area is where the word Sunnah comes. So the Prophet says, I have left the Quran and the Sunnah, my Sunnah, right? My Sunnah. So there are 3 hadiths around this subject area. And
but when you say hadith, is it what I don't?
It's a report.
Hadith.
It's a
hadith
report.
Is a collection, or is it a one saying of a commentary?
It's a collection of sayings. Collection of sayings.
Is it like the Talmud?
Hadith is not a collection of sayings. Hadith means an individual report, right? A collection is called a jami, like for example, like the Jami al-Sahih of Imam.
Let me finish. Let me finish, please.
Okay.
Yeah. So the hadith books, they are a collection of reports. Those reports are attributed sometimes directly to the Prophet Muhammad, and some of the events described in these books of hadith are early Islamic history. Okay, not necessarily.
And what does hadith mean?
Hadith,
what does hadith
the
mean?
Arabic word hadith means a story.
Story. Okay.
A story. It just means.
So
it's
not law. It's not
law. It's not law. Okay.
Okay.
So these books of hadith are collection of information that was done at least 150 years after the death of Prophet Muhammad. So the companions of Prophet Muhammad, they were not involved in documenting these books. They were not at all involved.
Okay.
For example, one of the companions, he's a long-standing companion. He's with Prophet Muhammad from day one. His name is Abu Bakr. You can hardly trace 24 reports to this person. So there are no more than 24 reports.
Meaning like literal reports made, or just like a report?
A report is an oral story, an
account,
an oral account. Okay. So you can trace back to this individual hardly 24, not more than 24. So these individuals who were the companions of Prophet Muhammad, they did not bother themselves with the project to preserve these hadith books. They were not concerned with this. All their concern was the book of God. All right. Now, what we have 150 years later is what the Christians who became Muslims in Iraq, that's where the population concentration was there, because those were population-wise, they were concentrated, Iraq and Levant. So the Christians and the Jewish people who reverted to Islam 150 years later, when they were documenting Mishnah, and the Jewish people were working on their Masoretic text and documents commentating on the Masoretic text, that's when the Muslim response came, and they documented these reports called hadiths. Okay, and later on the Muslim.
And these were oral, or they were written, or they were first oral?
They were tracked from a chain of oral authority, so is the claim. Okay. So those chains go back to the Prophet Muhammad, is what is asserted. But the Sunni position is all the hadith reports accumulated by the Shia people are unauthentic. So the Sunnis don't believe in their hadith books. And it's vice versa. The Shia people do not believe in the collections of the Sunni people, in what is called as the hadith books, right? So in a way, there is mistrust between these two communities as to these reports originally going back to the Prophet Muhammad. So the Quran does not require a Muslim to believe in these books that come later on. The Quran does not require. The Quran
but
says,
the Sunnis require that?
No, the Sunni position that got developed.
No, I'm sorry, Shia.
Both the Sunni and the Shia positions who developed this religious doctrines, which is like secondary sources in Islam, the hadith books. They are the ones who developed it. Once these books got developed, then it got that it became the part of the doctrine to believe in them. All right, but belief in these books falls outside of the fortress of the Quran. The Quran is very clear, and it says, the Quran says clearly, after God and His verses, which other hadith will you ever believe? So the Quran itself is asking...
Are the hadith one...
Wait,
does everyone agree what the hadith is, or are there different versions of the hadith?
Could I interject?
There are several... Yeah, just a minute, Numinous. I mean, there are several books.
For sure.
Amongst the Sunni, the famous books of hadith are 6. But other than those 6 books, there are other books as well. Like some of them claim those books to be the foremost, such as Muwatta Ibn Malik's books is the foremost book of hadith, and there is also called as Imam Nawawi's 40 collection. So apart from the 6 books, major books of hadith, there are also other hadith literature amongst the Sunnis. But the Shia books of hadith are completely different. Okay, so the Shias don't believe in the books of the Sunnis, and the Sunnis don't believe in the books of the Shias. Okay, that's what it is. That's the situation.
But neither of them think they have the authority of the Quran.
Yeah, this is not in relation to the
authority.
Quran. The hadith books do not have a claim onto the Quran.
Okay, so I would just use the analogy because I'm trying to understand it in Catholic terms. The Gospels, the 4 Gospels, have a unique authority, but say the writings of Paul are also considered to be revelation, even though they're really commentaries on the Gospel.
So Ben, the Catholic Church has agreed that Paul's epistles are on equal ontological status with the Gospels. It's all that, right? So
yeah, but they're not direct accounts. Yeah. They're not direct account. You know,
for sure, they're not biographical. But I think the issue is that there's no direct analogy for the Hadith in Roman Catholicism. There's just not. I've tried to think of one myself, and I could not find.
What about the doctors of the Church, the early Saint Augustine?
No, because then the patristics is too low. The hadith are more important than patristics, but they're not as important as the Quran, right?
But not for the Shia, though, right? Not for the Shia.
No, well, no. So there is no. I can't speak for Pelu. I'm pretty sure he's coming from a Sunni perspective. But for the Shias, they acknowledge that. Oh, okay, never mind. I will let him speak for himself. But from the Shia perspective, the hadiths are not equal to the Quran. Nothing's equal to the Quran, but it is extremely divinely inspired and important, and also a supplicant to the Quran and to our understanding of the, especially those Thaqalain hadith that are directly related from the family.
All right, but Numinius, let me ask you this. So let's say if you say the early patristic fathers, but the writings of the early councils are higher than the hadith, right? Like in the sense that a legitimate ecumenical council making a proclamation,
like the Council of Chalcedon, for example,
inerrant, right? It's a very high level of authority.
Do you mean so you're trying to compare? Well, no, because do you know why? Here's why it still doesn't work. The reason why it still doesn't work is because there are some hadith that in the Shia tradition can be rejected and are not on Sahih. So the thing about ecumenical councils in the Catholic Church is that those are all infallible. However, if you look at certain hadith, let's say Majlisli, who is a famous jurist from the 1600s, says that a hadith is mid-level. It's not reliable, but it's also not necessarily poorly transmitted. It's like mid-level trustworthy, and it's only like mid-level importance. That's not infallible, right? So like there's lots of wiggle room and room for disagreement, at least in the Shia tradition, about hadiths with very few exceptions. But that's all I speak of as
I'm confused. I'm confused though, because I thought you just said the hadith was like not at the level of the Quran, but like inspired.
As
like
far
very,
as
very high level. So how can some of them be not as highly inspired?
Go ahead.
Okay. Like I said before, let's get back to basics, right? There's 3 derivations of revelation in Islam. There's the Quran, the Sunnah, and lastly, the Ijma. Ijma meaning the consensus of the men of understanding, the consensus of the Muslim. Right? Now, and you could say it's the 4th thing, but it's not revelation, but it's the 4th part of law. It's called qiyas, meaning analogical reasoning. After you derive from the 3 sources, you could do analogical reasoning, but the analogical reason is not considered divine revelation itself, but it's a source of the Sharia law, but it's not in itself divine. But the 3 primaries are divine: the Quran, the Sunnah, and the ijma. So that means the book of God, the consensus. The book of God, the policies of the Prophet. Lastly, the consensus of the Muslims. Right. So now,
wait, quick question: are they all equal?
The three, I'm gonna say, they're all revelation. They're all revelation, right? But the Quran gives authority to the Sunnah, and the Sunnah gives authority to the Ijma. But all three are considered Wahi, revelation.
Okay, how is there a consensus if there's this split between Sunni and Shia?
That's the issue. They have two different consensus. That's why they have two different sects. We have they have different consensus. Even me, Ibadi, Allah was common. We have a different consensus than them. So that yes, there's an issue.
Sort of like how the Catholic and the Orthodox have a different number of ecumenical councils that they subscribe to. The Orthodox only accept the first seven, but
okay, Numinius. But when you go, like, I know that it was Catholic, and then at 1054 something like that, there was a split. When was the split for Islam? Was it at the beginning?
I'm gonna tell you.
Like I'm saying, what's the similarity to the Sunni Shia thing?
Okay, look. Let me tell you how it goes, right? See, the thing about things like I was trying to say before, right? The problem is people conflate Sunnah and Hadith, right? No book of Sunnah is sacred. No book of no book of Hadith is sacred, but the Sunnah it contains is sacred. You understand? So that's the reason why people get it. That's the main confusion people get. People understand that the policies of the Prophet are sacred, and we have to follow the policies of the Prophet. Now the question is, how do we derive the policy of the Prophet, and what records the policies of the Prophet? That's where we get these hadiths. That's why these hadiths become important. And of course, some hadiths are more important than others, depending on their chains of transmission and how many people transmitted. Like the highest level is called mutawatir, meaning things that were mass transmitted that we know that had to have been true because too many people said it wasn't, and too many conflicting people said the same thing. And if all those people said the same thing, how could it be false? So that's the highest level.
What I'm trying to figure out is like if Christianity had like about 1,000 years of one church and then there was a split. Okay, we can go back to whatever it was before, and both sides agree on that.
Good question.
For Islam, how long was that?
I'm gonna tell you this.
Very early.
Very early.
And then my follow-up is, if it's very early, then how is there an original? Isn't it just two from the start, basically?
No. There is. Okay, okay, you want to answer first? Okay, I'll let you go first, and then I'll answer because I know the answer.
There is a way we can know this. There is a way we can know this if we cross-reference the Old Testament. Prophethood had always been something that was paternally passed down from Moses. Right. It had been passed on from tribe to tribe, and you can also cross-reference the Thaqalain Hadith, where they actually have rituals where they pass on succession that resemble Leviticus 8. All right. So the Shias have a tradition where they can cross-reference the Old Testament to know that their tradition is the right way of interpreting the Quran. The Sunnis don't have that. I'm not even sure what they like.
Because I'm gonna tell you that's a Sunni invention. Because look, get understand. The Quran, the Christian scriptures don't have bearings on the Quran. It doesn't have bearings on. It's not a source of revelation. So for them to do that, I don't know how the Shias derive that ideology that because the Bible says something that has bearing on the because that's the problem, because a lot of Shias and Sunnis are very influenced by Christian and Jewish thought. That's kind of their problem. So you're right about that. That's a big problem that the Shias have. And that's why the whole thing is heretical, because they instead of using what the Prophet brings the problem left upon, they try to make it something else. But let me tell you about the split, Grace. Okay, the split happens really early. The issue is called the first fitna. Fitna means tribulation. This happens literally in the time frame of not too long after the Prophet dies. Like a lot of the companions of the Prophet are still alive at the time. Well, not all of them, but some of them, but the old men. So this is in the lifetime of people who live with the Prophet where the fitna happens. And in the fitna, what causes the fitna is after the Prophet, of course, there are two caliphs after Muhammad, peace upon him. The first is Abu Bakr and the second is Umar. May God be pleased with them both, right? Now, these two are righteous people. These two are very righteous people. Everything works between them. But of course, but in the background, there are people who are saying that that of course they preferred Ali, the cousin of the Prophet, peace upon him, to have been the caliph. There's people in the background have said that, but that's not what goes on. But it's a background movement of people who are thinking that, right? Who are thinking that Ali should have been there. Okay, now the third caliph, his name is Uthman, right? Now Uthman was from a clan called the Bani Umayyads. Now the Bani Umayyads were enemies of the Prophet from early on, but Uthman wasn't. He went against his family, and he was an early supporter of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. He even led the first hijrah. That means the first journey of Muslims leaving from oppression from Mecca to Ethiopia. He went to Ethiopia. Matter of fact, actually went to see the king of Ethiopia. That's and it was a big story. But I don't want to get too far aside. I just want to get straight to the pinna. But the pinna starts with Uthman. Now, when Uthman takes over after Abu Bakr is killed by a Persian. As a Russian or something, he gets killed by Abu Lulu, who gets murdered. Well, after the murder of Umar, peace be upon Umar the companion, Uthman takes over. But when Uthman takes over, I told you his family used to be enemies of the Prophet, right? But of course, after his family gets defeated by the Prophet, peace be upon him, they make a certain reconciliation, right? They reconcile with the family, but with his family, this, that, third. But then when he takes over, he starts giving a lot of positions to his family members. He starts changing the nature of the state. He starts and he gets accused of mass corruption with his governors and a lot of things. For example, matter of fact, I was just doing some posting some things about the thing that just now before I even talked. It's funny that this conversation came up. For example, he would dispossess a lot of people that he conquered. Even the other caliphs before him, they didn't do that. Like for example, when he went to Syria and stuff. Of course, the Muslim soldiers at that time just conquered the place, and they had a lot of money, war booty, so they would just take a lot of the property of the people when during Uthman's time, which before they didn't do that, and they had the money, so they buy it cheap and then make big profits. They basically exploited their position. So Uthman started getting a reputation for being real corrupt, and there's a lot of things that he did.
Wait. Just to clarify, so I'm following. There was the Prophet, then there was his two closest followers, and one of them was Uthman, and he became corrupt.
One of them was Abu Bakr. And the one was Umar. These were two righteous people after Muhammad, right? There's two righteous people after Muhammad.
There's four caliphs.
There's four caliphs, but the righteous but we dispute the righteousness of them, right? I'm gonna start with the first two. Yeah, of course. Yeah, because
I think
we don't
Sunnis usually take the position that they're all pretty righteous. They call them caliphate righteous.
Yeah, but we take the first two are righteous. No, but even in the Sunni books, they'll tell you they even have the history about the accusations against Uthman and his nepotism and corruption. That's an historical record, and the Shias will say that.
Who did Uthman come from?
Uthman came from. Uthman was a companion of the Prophet himself too. But his family was enemies of the Prophet. But he rejected his family. He went against his family to support the Prophet early on. But then when the Prophet conquered Mecca and he reincorporated the family of Uthman into the Islamic world, he reconciled with the family, the Umayyads. But when Uthman comes back, when Uthman becomes the leader of the Muslims, he starts giving in to his family. He starts giving his family things that before other caliphs did not have the same nepotistic practices. He basically starts to basically codify Arab supremacy over non-Arab Muslims, which wasn't there before, because Muslims were equal. But when Uthman comes out, he starts promoting Arabism and against the conquered peoples, especially the family, especially his family and the Umayyads, and he gets accused a lot of corruption, right? But eventually, people turn on him and he gets murdered. He gets killed by the Muslims. So now, when he gets killed by the Muslims, Ali, the nephew or cousin, but I consider him more like a nephew because the age he was a lot younger. He was technically the Prophet's cousin, but he's more like an uncle to nephew. That was the kind of relationship they had, and he took him almost like a son, right? And he actually married the daughter of the Prophet, the Lady Fatima. So now when Ali
Yeah.
takes over,
Did you know
so
that
now when-
Uthman married two of the daughters of the Prophet of Islam? He married
yeah, of
two
course,
of
he
them.
married. That's what I call him Dun Ray.
Yeah.
But they died early. They died early. But yeah, he did. He did that early, and even when he was a kid, they weren't alive anymore. They unfortunately they didn't live long. Those two daughters. So Ali takes over. So now when Ali takes over, the issue is some companions are saying that why isn't Ali going after prosecuting the killers of Uthman? Because a lot of people supported Uthman getting killed, but some didn't. Right? So people are accusing Ali. The faction that supported Uthman are saying Ali should prosecute the killers, while the majority of people are saying good riddance to Uthman. To Uthman. So what happens is Aisha, who was the peace be upon her, but this time she was being bad. Who was one of the wives of the Prophet? And she was the daughter of Abu Bakr. Her, along with two other the companions of the Prophet, one named Talha and the other one named Zubair, they launched a rebellion against Ali. They launched a rebellion, but Ali defeats them in the famous Battle of the Camel. Because it is called the Battle of the Camel because Aisha was watching the battle from a camel, because she raised the army against Ali, and she's watching the battle from the camels. Everybody calls it the Battle of the Camel. So in the first rebellion, in the first time of the Muslims rebelling against each other.
Mr. Pelu, can I put some breaks here? Because all of this information people can actually go and read on the internet.
Yeah, I think a diagram would be helpful.
Yeah. So what I want to basically see on
this
issue of the hadith is the following. As you can see on my screen, in Islam, who is the authority? Authority is Almighty God. That's the authority, right? So now the Prophet obeys God. All right, the Prophet himself is obeying God. All right, so now God makes us a requirement to obey the Prophet, and after the Prophet has passed away, the next leader of the Muslim community will be obeyed. This is the doctrine that God gives us in the Quran. Now, what does God require from us to believe? Okay, let's look into the Quran.
Where does it say that?
Where
does it say that?
Up here
that it gets passed on.
There is a Quran verse. There is a Quran verse.
Okay.
Which is Ati'u Allah wa Ati'u Rasula wa ulul amri minkum. Now here in chapter 2 verses 3 and 5, it sort of clarifies what is required out of people. Okay. Now God is clarifying what people should believe. Okay. Now let's read this. God says, those who have faith in the unseen, which is God himself, establish prayers and give out donations from the provisions we have provided them with. Okay. Moreover, they believe in the cables given to you, which is to Muhammad, the Quran, and in the cables given before you. So the cables given before the Quran are the Gospel and the Torah and the books of the prophets. And they are certain.
Why did you choose the word cables?
Because I thought it's much more appropriate to say cables than
not messages?
Inspiration, than inspiration. Because inspiration gets interpreted by Christians as being inspired, and that's not verbatim words of God, right? So I chose to...
What about messages? Why wouldn't you choose the word message?
It could be message or it could be cable. I mean, I prefer the word cable. Coming from the divine, right? You know, from across the cosmos.
Cable. That's archaic in America to say, like, I got a cable because it's like a telegram, right? I don't know where that comes from.
Maybe we can have...
It is.
I can have a thought about it after.
Because we would tend to think of an actual like rope made of metal as a cable.
Okay.
Yeah.
Bridge. But there is that archaic sense of a like a telephone message through the wires.
Yeah. Okay.
But, sure.
Yeah. So yeah, that's the kind of semantic I'm drawing upon here with the word.
Yeah.
cable.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So
to try to make it seem more immediate than something looser like inspiration.
Yeah. A cable is like
saying?
from point to point A to point B. So it's
accurate.
Coming from God. It's coming from God to the prophet, right? So that's the sense I'm drawing here.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's pretty clear. The Quran clarifies. They believe in the cables given to you, which is Muhammad, which is the Quran, and in the cables given before Muhammad, which is the Gospel, and the Torah and books of the prophets, and they are certain about the next life. So we believe in the afterlife. Such individuals, God says, are guided by their Lord, and they are the ones who will prosper. Case closed. Now, there is no more requirements of beliefs in the books of Hadith, in the scholars of Islam, in the thought process of the early Islamic scholars. Nothing of that is a requirement. I'm not required to believe in the books of Hadith, in the scholarly works of Islam. Nothing is on the table. There is a full stop.
Couldn't someone make the argument that the provisions include the Hadith?
Nobody can make an argument.
I was about to make a similar.
Nobody can make an argument.
Wait. Provisions here means like money and wealth, right?
Yeah,
provisions.
That's right. Yeah.
This has to do with like giving to the poor or giving to the Muslims.
Prophet Dino, I do have a question, which is
the cables is what you're talking about, the message.
Yep.
And you're saying it's the Quran that's being referred to here only.
Absolutely.
Well, the Quran, the New Testament, and the Old Testament. Is that right?
The Quran, not the New Testament, the Quran, the Injil, which is the gospel teachings of Christ.
Okay.
Not the entirety of the New Testament, because the entirety of the New Testament includes apostolic works, right? Not those.
Yes.
Just the gospel teachings of Prophet Jesus. And the Torah.
Right.
And the books of the
Which
prophets.
doesn't mean the gospel of Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John.
The gospel is in there.
Because you're saying
the gospel
that's a
that
corrupted
Jesus
version
preached, the gospel that Jesus preached is preserved in these books. John, Matthew, Mark, and Luke. It's preserved there.
But with some inaccuracies about.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the Injil, you're saying like what we would call the proto-gospel.
Yeah, absolutely.
In the sense that which was imperfectly articulated in Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John.
It is documented in.
Is that right?
You can assume so. Yeah. But you have the Quran.
Okay.
The Quran has the authority because it calls itself as Muhaiminan alayh, which is a guardian scripture. If you have doubt in the earlier scriptures, because the way it got documented, you can refer to the Quran and see what doctrines you should not take from these books, for example. Right?
So you're saying the Quran has higher authority than that, which as a clarifier, in the way that Christians would say the New Testament clarifies the Old Testament.
The only reason being that the documentation process of the Gospels is not like is not accurately preserved like the Quran is preserved. Otherwise, all these heavenly books had authority on their own merit. The book of Moses, the Torah, had authority on its own merit. Gospel during the time of Jesus had authority on its own merit. But because of the documentation
as opposed
process,
to what? As opposed to the merit of, I don't know what you mean by that. Like as opposed to, what does that mean?
When Jesus was teaching gospel, that was the word to go to. Like whatever Jesus said or taught was the ultimate thing. Okay? So now because the gospel has been documented in the way it is, like we have differing accounts, therefore we cannot discern some of the things from the gospel. And that's where the Quran positions itself as Muhaiminan alayh, as a guardian scripture.
Okay, but here's my question about that, and I'm just asking this in a like just a friendly way. How doesn't the Quran have the same problems that you see in the New Testament?
The reason,
in the sense that
absolutely, we discussed this earlier.
Different texts.
We discussed this earlier. The one of the references that I give you, you have to go and actually investigate his work. His name is Margain Wan Puten. Okay, he's not a Muslim. He's not even a Christian. I think he's an atheist. But currently, he's doing research in the manuscript tradition of the Quran. Okay, so he's investigating the early Quranic manuscripts.
Using historical methods, you're saying, right?
Absolutely.
Academic.
So his project is funded by some of the universities in Europe. Okay, so he's the go-to guy on the Quranic manuscripts. Okay, so he says there is no contest between the preservation of the Quran and that of the biblical books. There's no contest. The accuracy with which the Quran is being preserved is super high.
Okay, so but you would say that from a secular perspective, right? Like in
Absolutely.
other words,
Yeah.
you don't need to have faith
To say that.
you're saying
to
you
make
can
the statements
just
that Margain Van Putten
do
makes.
the
Yeah.
research and you will come if you're open-minded. You'll like, for example, I'm not equating the Quran with the Book of Mormon, but they are similar from a Christian point of view in the sense that they're like sort of new revelation. There are Mormon scholars who will say the Book of Mormon holds up to scrutiny, and then of course there are a lot of people who would say it doesn't. And I think the same is true of Islam. I'm not an expert on it, but I think there are going to be different attestations. The only thing I am aware of is that there is some evidence that the earliest mosques faced Jerusalem, not Mecca. Is that like, I think that's true.
Not the mosques, but this is a tradition that's well established during the Prophet Muhammad's time. It's found in the surah, this same exact surah, Surah 2, has the information in relation to facing Jerusalem, because early Muslims, when they immigrated to Medina, in Medina they found a companionship with the Jewish people. So that's when for the very first time obligatory prayers were instituted, right? So Muslims as a community are praying for the very first time. They're praying because before that the prayers were pretty much voluntary. Okay, they were not instituted as requirements. But once they move into Medina, there is this requirement that you have to make 5 daily prayers, and they're facing Jerusalem for the very first time as the Qibla to have a companionship with the Jewish people, right?
Okay.
And then because the Jewish people do not fully integrate with this new prophet, then obviously the direction is shifted back to Kaaba. Okay, so that initial bit was to find camaraderie or camaraderie with the Jewish people. Okay, in Medina. So the initial direction towards Jerusalem was to find camaraderie. But what we have in the history of early Islam is some of the mosques that you were mentioning of. Some of the mosques that were built out of rocks in early Islamic period, when the armies went out of Medina, they did not have a sense of direction. Okay. So when they don't have a sense of direction, what they are doing is they're treating Levant as the West, okay, from Mecca, right? So they're building mosques in the direction of East, and that is pointing at Petra. So that's where some of the critics of Islam, they say, oh, the early Islamic mosques pointed at Petra, not at Makkah. So they sort of come up with this controversial claim that, you know, early Muslims worshipped Baal in Petra. Mecca was not even there.
Petra, which is in Iraq.
Which is in Syria. Not Petra, Syria? Palmyra. Which is in Syria. Okay. But that's just not the case. The case being, these early Muslims, when they went out, obviously, back in that day, you can imagine you lose trajectory of the sense of direction. The general understanding was they went into the Levant, which was west of Mecca, so they pointed their mosques towards the east. And that was not the most right thing for them to do. They should have pointed at southeast. And in that case, they would be pointing at Mecca, but they just pointed at east, which is, unfortunately, that's where, you know, you have Petra, Palmyra, and etc. Petra and Palmyra.
And they didn't have
compasses. It's later on.
Compasses. So you're just saying loosely they used the sun probably to line it up, right?
Absolutely.
And okay, but can I ask you a question? So if you say Islam is susceptible, so you're saying the Quran you can look at in a secular way and it holds up in a sense better than the New Testament, but you're saying it doesn't require like the God to specially inspire you. You can just look at it historically, it holds up better, correct? So you're saying, I've heard this from many Muslims, Islam is a rational religion, that it is really evidence-based.
It's
that's
absolutely.
Good. That's
I mean,
helpful.
some of my
I put this up here just because I was just doing a little research. I was comparing. This is like the Christian sort of history as opposed to the Muslim history. Just I was trying to understand when the breakoff occurred. I don't know if how
Right. Yeah, I will
accurate
answer
this
that quickly,
diagram
Grace,
is,
for you.
but
I heard you guys talk about it. The thing is this: the break-off between the Sunnis and the Shias is what we call as the first civil war in Islam, and that happens like within 30 years of the Prophet's passing away. Okay, that happens during the time of the fourth Caliph, Caliph Ali, and the governor in Syria. He was wielding a huge power at that time because the Muslim armies were stationed in the Levant, facing north, the Roman Empire. So he was wielding great power, and he was the governor for a long time. So he disagrees to Ali's administrative institution. Basically, when Ali Ali took over the caliphate, he became the caliph, and his administration. The governor in Syria, which is Muawiyah, he sort of had breakout with Ali, and he did not want to come on board the caliphate. Had his own grounds of justification, and whatnot. So Ali took his armies and fought Muawiyah in Syria. This is called the first civil war. So people who supported Ali became the Shia. Shia means a supporter. So Shia Ali means supporters of Ali. So that's when the tradition took off from there, stating Ali should have been the first caliph and not Abu Bakr, Uthman, or Umar. Okay, so the rest of them became the Sunni people, right? So that's the break off. But the Quran precedes this break off. So the Quran is codified, and this civil war happens as an later thing, post codification of the Quran.
But you can.
But wait. And Sunni and Shia agree on the basic text of the Quran.
Absolutely.
They don't have two Quran.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But you can see how for a Christian, a split 30 years in seems crazy. I understand Christianity has its own splits, but if you ignore the Council of Ephesus and Council of Chalcedon, it was basically 1100 years of solidarity that you can at least go back to and refer to.
But Islam is more a fundamental difference between the Christian schism and the Islamic schism. The Christian schism is theological in nature, but the Islamic schism is political in nature. Okay, that's the fundamental difference. So if you are surprised, you should really go back to ancient Israel. In the aftermath of Solomon, his two sons divide the kingdom. Solomon's sons, they divide the kingdom. So it's like in the next year of Solomon's death, the kingdom is divided into northern Israel and southern Judah, right? But in Islam, it took 30 years for the split to happen, right? So, I mean, these splits are not a surprise because these are political entities, kingdoms are involved, and there's a lot of authority, power wielding, and economics are involved. So you can imagine people would fight over it despite living in good spirits. Okay, they may have their faith, they may think of their faith as puritanical, but there is a fallout of the glory of God. Some individuals act in that way. You can't help it. This is just politics. All right, but what we have is a proof text, which is the Quran. You can always fall back on the Quran. The Quran is precedes these civil wars and splits and schisms. So that's the go-to text. So if you go to the Quran, that's what I'm saying. You don't have to refer to any Islamic scholar, any books of hadith, not required. God does not require it. God only requires your allegiance to the books of God. Okay, so you go back to the Quran.
That sounds very much to me like Muslim Protestantism. That's what Protestants say, is just go back to the Bible. You don't need to be a part of any particular.
No, but it is inherently. But Masood, what I understand, when there's a reference to the quote people of the book, right, which using Christians primarily, I think it's a derogatory term, right?
It is not. It is highly respectful term. You can say jizya was derogatory. You can say that, okay? But let me clarify that. Let me clarify that. People of the book. Before I clarify this, Grace. Can you appeal your audience to sub my channel? Because that would be fantastic.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Sure.
Because I'm really struggling.
Prophet Daniel has spoken, guys. That's the panel we're on.
Under threat of the sword.
So
he will declare fatwa if you do not subscribe.
Okay. Now here you go. I've got some amazing content on my channel, by the way, guys. For you guys, I have been doing debate reviews. I've done debate reviews of Jack Brancatella and David Wood, Libiano and Inspiring Philosophy, Mike Jones, and Jake Brancatella and Apostate Prophet. I've done debate reviews, so have a look at those debate reviews and let me know what you think in the comments.
Masood, when you invite our audience,
yeah,
we do not really basically police chat.
Right.
So we have the most, like I would say, the most open-minded and funny people.
Yeah.
But also some people feel it's not an echo chamber, and so they're going to be very Western and whatever they're going to say stuff. So just so you know what you're asking.
Don't worry about it at all. I mean, I'm a Western guy. I admire Americans.
They're super intelligent, but they are going to do the jokes about camels and whatever. Okay.
Don't worry about it at all.
So you know,
I love Americans. I lived in California. I was in San Diego, the most beautiful place. All right.
It is. Southern California is gorgeous.
Yeah. So now here is what I have to say here. Sorry, my mind is very fickle. I just the thing that I was talking, it just escapes my mind. What was it we're talking?
Grace was like sort of questioning, like how the earliness of the split isn't a kind of anti.
The Ahlul Kitab. Right? The Ahlul Kitab. Okay. The Ahlul Kitab is not at all derogatory or pejorative word. It's not. It is highly respectful. In fact, Ahlul Kitab is a greeting with which you receive the Jew and a Christian. Okay, so it's a greeting that God brings. Ya ayyuha means dear. That's how you render it. Ya ayyuha in Arabic is you render it as oh dear people. That's the kind of connotation it synthesizes. Ya ayyuha. We say Ya ayyuhan nabi is oh dear prophet, right? Ya ayyuhan nabi. So it's highly respectful. So Ya ahlul kitab is oh people of the book. It comes with this connotation of receiving the Jewish and the Christian people into the embrace of this new
as opposed to the use infidel, as opposed to infidel, or is that
infidel is kuffar?
Infidel in Arabic is
the term for infidel is kuffar.
Kuffar, right?
Kuffar.
Yeah. Okay.
So kuffar is an infidel. Basically, the connotation that implied during that time in the 7th century was a kuffar is a person that fights this movement of Islam, the bandwagon of Islam. Right. Whoever puts up a fight against it, that would be a kuffar. But who would somebody who would undermine
So you could
Islam,
be a kuffar who is also a person of the book, but it's more about how you're interacting than what you believe.
Yeah, somebody who would undermine Islam and act hypocritically would be called as a munafiq. Okay. And somebody who does polytheism and not necessarily fights Islam would be called as a mushrik. But the one who mounts rebellion against this movement, bandwagon of Islam, is who is identified as kuffar. A guy who rebels, basically. So
we would say
Ahlul Kitab is highly respectful. Even jizya, for example, it's not a pejorative concept at all, for example. The reason being this. So the believers who were Christian and Jewish, but they were mu'minun, they were believers, were equal with the Muslim believers. Okay? They were all called believers under the same umbrella, and they would be required to pay the zakah. Okay?
Right, the tax.
Zakah. Yeah. But the kuffar of the people of the book, the Quran uses the phraseology kafaru min ahlil kitab. So of the people of the book who would rebel against the authority of Islam, they would be fought until submission and made to pay jizya, which is a lesser tax, by the way. It's not as equal. It's not. I know that historians argue that jizya was a higher amount of taxes as compared to the zakah, but that's just polemics. I don't agree with it. Zakah was higher in value that you needed to render to the Islamic government because as believers, you have higher duties in Islam. Okay? So non-believers who would be subjugated because they fight Islam and therefore they would be subjugated, they would be paying a lesser tax because the duty of defense of God's religion is not on their shoulders. So as such, they will not pay the component to defend the religion of God. They will only pay the component which would be required of them to look after the poor, the needy, etc., etc., right? So in that sense, jizya is not derogatory at all. It's a concession.
But they would not
it's a
be allowed
payment.
But they would not be allowed to like proselytize or publicly
they would
challenge,
definitely be allowed to proselytize because it's the duty of the Muslim believers to protect the churches and the synagogues. The protection of the churches and the synagogues, God entrusted the protection of those holy places under the Muslims. So the Muslims would have the responsibility.
So they would be allowed to proselytize?
Of course, they would be allowed to proselytize, of course. So
they would be allowed to
proselytize, to evangelize, to convert people.
Evangelize, like Jews really don't do that, but
Christians would be allowed to evangelize
under a Muslim regime.
Absolutely.
Really?
Yeah, absolutely. Because the protection of the churches and the synagogues was the responsibility of the Muslim caliphate.
Because under a Catholic regime, Muslims would be tolerated but not allowed to proselytize.
No, they can absolutely proselytize. There's no hiccups there.
Well, but that's not true, certainly, of every Muslim regime.
Electing faith is the individual's responsibility. In fact, the early Muslim soldiers, they advocated the rights of their women who were Christian from the Levant. And they went to the churches on their behalf when they were denied access because they married the Muslim soldiers. So the Muslim soldiers went to the priests and they warned them not to restrict the ladies to come and pray in the churches. So Islam does not forcibly convert people. This is just a lie that a series of Orientalists have always done to the Westerners.
Okay, but what did you mean by then they will be? You said they will be, the kufir will be, you said they will be forced to submit, something like that.
The subjugation,
what does that mean?
Jizya.
They will be subjugated? What does that mean?
What that really means
politically?
is this. I mean, if you have a situation where armies are engaged to fight you, and these armies are Christian armies, because you understand the Levant was Christianized under Roman Byzantine Empire, and so they would fight you. Your expansion would be obstructed or by them. But Muslims had the duty of resuming the Davidic kingdom in the Holy Land. So the long-standing promises that God had made to Abraham, which I call the Abrahamic dynasty, the responsibility now shouldered upon the Muslims to reinstitute the Davidic kingdom on the Holy Land, which was abolished during the Babylonian activity or incursions and the exile period, right? So then when the Muslims resumed the military activity to reinstate the Davidic kingdom, anybody who would fight this expansion would be fought against. So if the Christian people were to fight, basically the Christians don't have the legitimacy to fight. That's not what Christianity is. Jesus said, if the kingdom was mine, my disciples would take up swords and fight. And therefore he said to Pilate, hence is not my kingdom. So Jesus clarifies this kingdom is not mine hence, and as a result, the Christians are not required to fight. But if the Christians fight, they would be fought with, okay? Because God
I understand.
says if
so
they
you're
fight
saying
you,
militarily they would fight,
absolutely.
politically they would fight,
so God
but
says
they
to
would
the
not
Muslims,
subject their belief.
Absolutely. If God says to the Muslims, if they fight you, you have to fight them back and put them under subjugation, because they should not fight you any longer, right? But the jizya itself is not it's a concession tax. Because these people, they don't want to be Muslim. They don't want to be not Muslim. They don't want to be believers. They oppose Islam, but they will be subjugated if they oppose it. But they will not be taxed higher because these people don't have the responsibilities to defend the kingdom of God. So zakah is a higher tax as compared to jizya. Jizya is a concession tax, and as such is not derogatory. Therefore, for those reasons.
Okay, interesting. I didn't know that. There's so much that we take in, especially I think in America, as true about Islam that is just, it's the air we breathe, you know what I mean? But it is, I think, highly inaccurate, comes from various sources, but like there's really not a lot of advocates for accuracy in terms of Islam.
No,
There's no real, the winners write the history, and in America there's really no one arguing for the Muslim side when a book gets written.
No, I totally get the point. These are extremists, basically. You also have them in Islam. In Islam, the Salafism is an extremist ideology. They never talk good about the Jews and the Christians, for example. Even though the Quran talks good about the Jews and the Christians, the Quran have several statements directly honoring Christians. It says, among the Christians, there is a community that always stands on justice and fairness, and they are dedicated to knowledge, and they are kind. These are the statements of the Quran to the Christians, okay? But these Salafis who come out of this modern day madrasas, the Islamic universities, they don't have these good words to share with the Christian community. They are with the idea of some of the prophecies in the Quran that are already being fulfilled. They want to relive them. They want to see the day when the whole world, every house in the world will be Muslim. Sorry guys, that's not going to happen, all right? Because there's a verse in the Quran which says, up until the Qiyamah, the judgment day, there will be Christians and there will be Jewish people. So how can there be a world when every house will become a Muslim? That situation is totally fallacious, illogical. But these Muslims who are extremists, they want to relive the times that Prophet lived. Those times have expired.
Yes.
Okay.
We have Christians like that too. We have Christians like that too.
You absolutely have Christians who do the same thing, because that's why they support Israel, current regime in Israel, because they want to see Jesus come back, and they want to see the fulfillment of some of the prophecies which have already been expired.
I agree with you. Yeah,
you have these fanatics, extremists in all these three religions, even in other religious traditions. So you just
and of course Zionist Jews in a sense are trying to do something that is very hard to see as a continuation of the kingdom of David, right? It's fundamentally different. But anyways, so I think you find that in all groups. But what I'm interested in is, let's say you're saying this European scholar, he says the Quran lines up better, it has better attestation than the New Testament, right? Something like that. When I'm looking at some of the verses of the Quran, it doesn't seem to me like there would be any, like these are just sayings that are beautiful, for the most part, fully compatible with Christianity. I'm not sure whether we have to say like one is true and one is false. I guess maybe that's about like historical facts that, do you know what I'm saying? Like the verses you put up there, I don't really know how you would say like, well, you have to choose one or the other.
No, it's not
in terms of Christianity.
Not at all choosing between the two. I mean, if you go down to my channel and check, sometimes I run these streams that are titled, which has a better offer, Christianity or Islam? So what I'm basically talking is this. With Islam, you have additional responsibilities. In Christianity, you have responsibilities which are based on humanities, social services, human services. But in Islam, you have those responsibilities for sure. You are responsible over human services, social services, but you also have military responsibilities. So in Islam, you have to be functioning the kingdom of God, and you have to be putting up a defense to defend the kingdom of God. That responsibility is in Islam. It's not in Christianity. Therefore, Christians cannot fight. Muslims have to fight. So with this comes a better offer. The more you strive, the greater the responsibility, the greater reward. So God does not intend to convert you guys forcibly, but there is an option. If you want to convert over to Islam and take up greater responsibilities and function at a higher level, you may function at a higher level and derive greater benefits on Judgment Day in the next life.
So what I'm saying is there's a Muslim kind of understanding of what Christianity is that we're totally not aware of. Really, like very few Christians are aware of it. So like even this idea, like Muslims, it reminds me of, you know how Jews will say, non-Jews don't have to follow the laws of Moses. They only have to follow the Noahide laws. And not everyone has to become a Jew, because it's not that type of, it's not a universal religion, right? Whereas Christianity, I think you would admit, Christianity and Islam do tend to be universal. But what you're saying is like Christians can function in Muslim society, but just their job is not to run society and to engage in wars by their own scriptures, which I think is interesting. But from a Christian perspective, the view of Muslims, I don't think has been fleshed out. And what I'd like to just propose to you is that it's possible for Christians to say that Muslims largely have, let's say, really good ways of like ways of having society, and also a lot of good, like, I don't know, you'd almost say it's like self-help, like no tobacco, no pig meat. Like these are actually, it's really good advice for living a healthy life. And there aren't a lot of real theological claims. Muhammad is not presented as similar to Jesus Christ, and you don't have like, so while we would, I mean, obviously there are huge differences in terms of the crucifixion and the Trinity. I'm not sure. Let me just say, I don't think God would allow something as huge as Islam, and it is almost miraculous how quickly it took off, if it was just pure evil. Do you know what I mean? Like, which a lot of Christians say, in order to be a Christian, you have to believe that, I don't know how many times I've had this argument, we don't worship the same God as the Muslim people. And they have to say Muslims worship the devil, and the prophet, and I'm not saying this to be blasphemous, was actually receiving, you know, satanic messages. Like, that's an extreme position. I don't really think we have to have that position. Although, do you know what I mean? Like, so I think you do have to see the work of God in the incredible spread of Islam. That doesn't necessarily mean that it's true, because you also added extreme spread of Christianity. So they both, you know, kind of can both claim like an amazing breakout, you know. And actually, to be honest, Mormonism currently is like, looks like similar. Like, wow, how could something so different be so popular? I don't get it. But in a certain sense, Islam is more friendly to Catholicism than Protestantism, in the sense that you have, or even Judaism, because the Jews had to say that Jesus was really like, you know, there's places where they say like he's really bad, whereas Muslims say he's a prophet. So, and as far as like the Virgin Mary goes, like you have a great respect for the Virgin Mary, where Protestants largely don't. And so it's almost like, you know what tier lists are on the internet, where you have a tier list?
My response to that would be this. Look, when Islam was pitched in the heartland of Arabia, it really brought in this ecumenical pitch, okay? It just ignored it just ignored the sectism that was prevalent amongst the Jewish people, amongst the Christian people. It didn't really spare any time, any amount of page or ink to delve into this. Okay.
Yes.
So
right.
The approach that Islam took off with is, these are people of the book. These are Ahlul Kitab. They have the book of God. Okay. So that's the kind of pitch it approaches, and sets off this ecumenical work, and embraces the Christianity and Judaism within its fold. And quite automatically, it's like you're already on board. You're already believers. So just come on board and let's do the defensive work for the kingdom of God. Okay, but if you are not wanting to come, okay, you can stay away. But if you rebel, that's when you will be fought against. Okay, so the idea is not to deal with each one of these different sects, for example, Catholicism or Protestantism or any other different sect, but to treat them as a homogeneous body, and to advocate the renewed message of God, which is like, what is important? The doctrinal, what are the important doctrines? Worship of one God, the Shema. Jesus gives the same Shema. which Moses gave. So Muhammad reiterates the same Shema, which is we all have one God, right? I mean, these are the common denominators. So we can actually collaborate and come together on these common denominators and then function as a fruitful society. So that's the intent of God Almighty, right? So God Almighty has one intent: to reclaim what was holy. Holy land was holy to God for a reason, because he had given promises to Abraham that this land will be a dynastic land from where the banner of one God would be heralded throughout the globe. All the foreign nations that were pagan or foreign to the God of Abraham had foreign gods, they would be brought by the fruits that the people of God would produce in this holy land, Jerusalem. And since then, you see, Jerusalem remained in the Muslim hands for over a millennium. Like, how long did you reckon the Jewish people had Jerusalem for? You can argue at most 500 years. And Babylonians came and possessed it. And thereafter, the Persians possessed it. The Greeks possessed it. The Romans possessed it. And then who possessed it up until now? The Muslims possessed it. So the Islamic Empire was foretold in the book of Daniel. Prophet Daniel has spoken. That's why I've got this handle for myself. That Prophet Daniel's prophecy to Nebuchadnezzar is in favor of Islam, which, by the way, was in favor of Christ. Christ came for that purpose. Christ came as the Messiah to do the exact same business that Prophet Muhammad ended up doing. But unfortunately for Christ, the Jewish people were not on board. They did not realize that. They were not ready for it. Okay, they did not obey Christ. And therefore, Christ provided a deferral. I say it's deferral. You also have videos on my channel, the deferral of Jesus to Muhammad, right? So Prophet Muhammad defers or delegates his business to a future spiritual teacher, which is, by the way, Muhammad. And when Muhammad comes, he fulfills all these messianic prophecies that remained unfulfilled up until that point, right? So Prophet Muhammad comes and fulfills all these messianic prophecies, resumes Davidic kingdom, holds Holy Land, and advocates the fame of God from that place. And all of these surrounding nations, which were seasoned in paganism, were reconciled with the God of Abraham. Ancient Persia reconciled with the God of Abraham. All of these ancient traditions in the Levant and the northern side were reconciled back to the God of Abraham. And this is how God does and performs. And when God does these things, it's wonderful.
So you're saying that Islam, because we get the sense like these are just absolutely incompatible. And you're saying Islam had a more, like, we're brothers, but there's differences, but we're more brothers than we are absolute adversaries. The adversary is paganism and jinnism and all that stuff, which Christians would agree that is like far more of an adversary. But history has brought in this thing with the Crusades, which I think you could say on both sides there was this kind of, there was this kind of absolutism. Because of war, you tend to make even your brother your enemy. We had within Christianity also. And of course you have that in Islam as well, Sunnis and Shias killing each other, which you're going to have. But what I'm saying is, if you look at the numbers now worldwide, it really has emerged that Christianity and Islam rule the world. And if we got together without fighting, we could do far, without necessarily, this is what I would say, without necessarily agreeing on everything, and there are major obstacles, we could clearly wipe out our agreed enemies, which I do believe we would call like the new Satan, Bolshevism, communism, abortion, like, which may not be worth our while to keep fighting each other. Do we have to get full resolution on everything before we unify against, for example, what looks like World War III emerging in the Middle East? Shouldn't the Pope and shouldn't Catholics stand in solidarity against, this kind of nuclearization of the world, right? Like that is clearly the devil's work. And
See,
Do you know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
can we work on some level?
Yeah.
That
so
is
look,
that
there's this concept of tenancy. Okay, I don't know how much familiar you're with. All right, there's this concept of tenancy. What it basically is this: the land that's holy, that belongs to God. Okay, I mean, of course, ontologically, the whole earth belongs to God. That's a different idea. But on this earth, God has chosen a piece of land that's holy to Him. Right. So that's Jerusalem. All right. Now, God, He wants to do changes and reforms in the world from this land. So what He does, He wants agents. So first, He picks up Abraham and He gives him the promise, I'm going to make a great nation out of you. Okay? So he's got two sons. So He says, I'm going to make a great nation out of Ishmael, and I'm going to make a great nation out of Isaac. So then He settles Ishmael at a far-off place in the desert, and He settles Isaac in the land, in the Holy Land, close by, right? But then that promise took time to mature. So the children of Isaac going to slavery, the children of Jacob's going to slavery, 400 years, they are now a nation. They have got a population with which a nation can be built, right? Now they are laborers. In Egypt, God has trained them how to do labor, how to do industry, basically. He's got them trained over there, and He's also taught them some humility. Being slaves, it's not easy. You learn humility being slaves. Now is the time to fulfill the promise that God made to Abraham. So He brings them out through great miracles, unseen by humanity up until that point in time. Sea-splitting miracle. Moses rescues them through Exodus, brings them out, and He could have settled them in the wilderness, right, where they were eating manna and salwa. He hit the rock and the fountains came out for Israelites to drink. He could have settled them there.
Yeah.
But no, that didn't really happen. So He brings them to the Holy Land, to the Promised Land, all right? And that's when a nation begins, the kingdom of David. And there's a great kingdom, the kingdom of Solomon, right? Now, God talks about these people as tenants to the Holy Land, and that's where we have the parable of the tenants in the Gospel of Matthew, in the Synoptics, basically in the Gospel of Luke as well. Now Jesus says, "Look, God was sending you managers, and the managers came, and some you killed, and others you rebuked, and more managers came. More managers came. You did the same thing. Now." The tenant, the owner of the vineyard has sent his own son. And guess what? You want to kill the son. And what happens if you kill the son? He is going to come and demolish you. That's what the parable states. Okay? So once they rebelled Jesus Christ, who was the Messiah, the Son of God is the symbol that carries authority from God. Okay? It's symbolism. Okay, so once they disobeyed Christ, came the punishment, the curse. Jesus cursed them. He said, look at that fig tree. I cursed it. And the disciples saw that being uprooted. Okay, it uprooted and died. The roots were no more in the earth. They were uprooted and it died. So what does that mean? Jesus clarified in that parable, in the very same parable in Matthew chapter 21, He says, the kingdom will be taken away from you, meaning Israelites. The kingdom will be taken away from you and will be given to a foreign people, a Gentile nation. Okay? Yeah. So this is the curse that Jesus pronounced, and it was fulfilled. In 70 AD, the very enemies of the kingdom of God, the Romans, were summoned to destroy the second temple. So they came in, destroyed the second temple, shot off Jews as refugees in the world, and in the lead up, we have the Byzantines, just kick away all the Jews from Jerusalem and basically sack them up. And then we have what? A replacement. New people are inducted into the kingdom of God as new tenants. So the Arabs, they are brought in as a new tenants onto the Holy Land, and they come in and they are doing the business for God and doing the right sort of business in the beginning, but later on they do the same exact mistakes that the Jewish people did. So they
No, wait.
get
Can,
kicked
can I
out.
just correct you? Do you disagree with this? I've checked. The idea the Arabs came into the Holy Land is a little bit inaccurate in the sense that they evangelized the people that were in the Holy Land, but they didn't really.
No, they. What I mean by they came in.
Displace the people that were
What
in
I
the Holy
mean
Land, right?
by coming in is coming in with administrative
Culturally.
capacity, not evangelizing, with administrative capacity. Okay, to institute justice, righteousness, and compassion. So the Arabs came in.
But they didn't push out the natives, right?
No,
you
they
know what I
pushed
mean?
out the previous administration, which was the Romans, not the
rulers.
natives,
You're
not
right,
the
right,
natives.
Right.
They
They
respect
largely
the natives.
converted the natives.
The attack, the
It
expansion of
wasn't like
Islam.
you know what I mean? It wasn't like a foreign invasion. It was more of a taking over power,
over.
but then converting the people that were there. It's not like the Arab people. Some did, but I'm saying it wasn't like a displacement like you see in Zionism. It's
No,
like
it is not a displacement. It is not because it's God's kingdom. God's kingdom does not believe in displacement of people or genocide. It believes in administration. Okay, the good kingdom, the kingdom of God, is built on administrative systems and capacities. All right, so the Muslims come in and resume the Davidic kingdom and administer justice and righteousness, and then the Arabs, the Ishmaelites, basically, they fell short. They fell out of the glory of from the glory of God. So what did God do? Same, because God's ways do not change. So God effected another replacement of tenancy. On this occasion, he brings the Turkic people from far off distances and gives them the kingdom, and they hold the kingdom of God up until the 20th century. Now, what we are seeing right now,
the Ottoman Empire was was kind of Turkish.
Another transition. So the first transition was God, through the crusading forces, punished the Arabs, okay, and then again gave the opportunity, the window of opportunity for the crusading forces to become Muslim and take over Islam, take over the Quran and then do the administration for God, but they did not. So they were kicked out by Seljuks and Mamluks, who were Turkic origin, people of Turkic origin. So God brings them in, sets up his kingdom again, and it continued up until 20th century, basically. Now what we are seeing is another transition where now Americans are involved with the Zionists. But you know what? Guess what? God will give the Holy Land only to people who will pledge their allegiance to the Quran. If Americans want to possess the Holy Land, they can. They have to pledge their allegiance to the Quran and then become kings in the Holy Land for a next age. This is how God functions. So if you see...
Well, Masood, yeah. Well, good. I just want to, because you're giving a kind of narrative that assumes that the possession of the Holy Land is super important. And I don't think actually Catholics agree with that. Do you see what I mean? Like, in a sense, we're happy to let someone else run the Holy Land because as Christians, we don't, like, you know that, like, at a certain point in time, the church owned quite a bit of Europe, but not really in the sense of ruling Europe. And there never was... only very briefly was there anything synonymous to a caliphate in the sense of the Pope actually being the emperor. Like that really isn't how we roll. And when the papal domains were taken away in 1870, when even the papal states in Italy were taken from the church, and it was reduced to the Vatican City, which is just a few blocks in size, we have no problem with that. Do you understand what I'm saying? Because we see ourselves as a spiritual Israel. And even you could look at the Crusades as simply making sure that the pilgrimage sites, that Europeans could access them. Although, of course, there were people who did, like, created kingdoms there. But originally the idea is we're okay with the Muslims running it as long as they allow Christians access, right? The Crusades, there was relative peace with Muslim control of the Holy Land until the Seljuks, I think it was the Seljuks, who started killing Christian pilgrims on their way to the Holy Land. But before that, there wasn't a tremendous desire to retake the Holy Land for Christendom. Do you follow me?
I think To be fair, to the Islamic empires. I mean, Islamic empires at times might have been rogue. I can give that to you. But to be fair to them, they would never kill pilgrims to the Holy Land, especially the Ahlul Kitab. Okay, Ahlul Kitab.
Maybe that's like propaganda, but that was what was said.
Because the demographic of ancient Israel, like medieval Israel, under the Islamic Caliphate, it was always composed of churches, synagogues, and Muslims, because it was the Muslims who rehabilitated the Jewish people into the Holy Land. It was Omar, to be precise with. The second caliph, Omar, is the one who rehabilitated Jewish people in the Holy Land. Okay, so the protection of the churches and the synagogues in the Holy Land was a Muslim caliphate responsibility. So I cannot imagine. I cannot imagine the Orientalist narrative of the West that Muslims were somehow killing the Christian pilgrims. That's just a fallacious thing to say.
But that could be. But you understand, like, that's the story as it was told to me when I became a Catholic, right? That's the story of the Crusades.
Yeah, exactly. But the Islamic expansion in the Levant, into the north, against the Roman empires, created or bred resentful hearts amongst the Christians against Islam. Okay, this expansion on its own merit had bred some form of resentment in the European Christians. So you can imagine the obvious response has been a crusading force. Okay, the obvious response has been a crusading force. But to be honest with you, Christians are not required to fight, let alone fighting against Islam. Christians are not required to fight
maybe
anybody.
a better way to talk about it is like the Iberian Peninsula, where you don't have the Holy Land being involved. It's definitely true that the Christian people saw the Muslims as invaders who collaborated with the Jews, and therefore they wanted to push them out to have a Christian kingdom under Ferdinand and Isabella. That's definitely true. As far as the Jewish people being protected in Islamic countries, I think that's really interesting, because in the 20th century, the idea that the Muslims were the enemies of the Jews is crazy given World War II. Clearly, the Europeans and the Jews had very major problems coexisting. And I've heard it's like this kind of, Hasbara, that like, the Muslims hated the Jews. They couldn't, and then they had to go to the Holy Land to get away from. It's largely not true. And so I think you can make an argument that Islam is more hospitable to Jews than Christian nations. I think that's pretty
historically
solidly
speaking,
attested.
It depends on the time.
That's been the case.
Yeah, of course there's going to be exceptions
because all of the
rule.
Like Haji al-Husseini was extremely hostile to Jews. He was the leader in the Palestinian territory. So
yeah, I'm sure there's exceptions, but I do think that's largely IDF Hasbara that in a sense, like to equate like what went on in Europe, in Poland during World War II, to the experiences of Jews in Muslim countries. It's just, there is no comparison. There was no genocidal impetus, I don't think, anywhere among Muslim countries. Of course, subsequent to Zionism, there's been hostilities, but I don't think I think there were long-standing Jewish communities throughout the Muslim world, especially the Arab world. They were prized for things like medicine, learning,
and even Ottoman Empire
law, and so forth. And
it's more recent. The problems are recently. So a lot of Middle Eastern, what you would call Mizrahi Jews, have a lot of anger towards Arab Muslims because of forced expulsion, like from Iraq, like from the Farhud and stuff. This is very recent.
Yeah, but what's interesting with the Iraq, there's a guy who is an Iraqi Jew, and he claims that it actually was it was his fellow Jews that orchestrated these like bombs in Iraq, which frightened Iraqis to get out of Iraq, and it wasn't really actually the
frightened Iraqi Jews.
I'm sorry, I get so confused. Yeah, but that it was largely like they lived there in peace, and they considered themselves Arabs culturally, though they were Jewish, and there really was no friction until the Zionists wanted to force Jews to identify against being Arabs, and then actually these are false flag operations. I think that's well attested. So it really wasn't the Iraqi people who pushed Jews out so much as like that Jews created a fake hostility. But anyways, those are like those kind of things that are, but you know.
Wait, so can I ask is it really important for Muslims to have control of the Holy Land of Israel, or whatever you want to call it, that area?
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, if you want to possess Holy Land, it's God's possession, correct? God is the one who's king and sovereign over the Holy Land, not just the Holy Land, but the entire world. But he does business of the Holy Land, and we have seen that historically speaking. Every 500 years or so, he evaluates the tenancy, and he revisits what the tenants are doing every few seasons. Like he waits for seasons, right? He waters the garden, fertilizes the garden, and waits for the garden to produce a good yield. But if the garden is not producing good yield, he brings down an axe, cuts them down, and throws the wood in the fire. That's what he does since ancient Israel. So he did that with the Israelites, he did it with Ishmaelites, he did it with Turkic people. Now again, it's a time of transition. He's waiting for new tenants. And if that is Americans, now Americans, if you guys want to hold tenancy into the Holy Land, there's a clear way. Embrace the Quran.
Oh, wait a second.
Okay?
Wait, can I ask you a question?
Holy Land. Yeah.
Wouldn't that mean that you're saying, if we talk about the Holy Land today, that God wants the Palestinians to be ethnically cleansed because he's like clearing it out? There's new tenants coming in?
That's not what it is. God never does genocide, never commands ethnic cleansing. If Americans were to take Holy Land and be the new kings, you will have American administration to institute justice, fairness, and compassion. That's what I mean. So the governors, the presidents, the ministry, the system, the administration.
He's saying it wouldn't be Zionism. It would be.
You will not be Zionism clearing off Palestinians, but you will be instituting justice, fairness, and compassion by being the kings in the land.
Yeah. But Catholics generally don't want to be administrators of
If you don't want, you don't want. God can't help it. You will not be kings in the Holy Land. That's all.
No, but I'm saying it like you said. You were saying Christians are commanded by our Lord not to seek that. So maybe we have a different mission in the world, because the last thing I want us to do is get involved in wars in the Middle East.
But that's exactly what America is all about: wars in the world. So America is a war machine. America is a war machine. In the last 100 years, it's been a war machine.
I agree with you.
I agree with you. Yeah. Right. So if this is who you are, and if this is what you want to do, then be Muslims. You'll be on the top of the game by being Muslims.
Well, the last few popes have been very against it.
But I would say that the Catholic tradition is almost pacifistic at this point because of the nature of war. We would say there really are. You can't even conceive of a winnable war at this point. And for example, when the Crusaders, you say the Crusader kingdoms, right? Like where there was a brief time where Christians established kingdoms in the Holy Land. I don't think there was any movement to put a big church on the Temple Mount.
It's not about church building. It's not about mosque building. You're not getting the point. You're not getting the point,
right? Like that's one of the holiest sites, right?
No, you're not getting the point. The point is not to put a mosque or a building of worship. The whole motive being to institute justice, fairness, and compassion. This is what is called as the cornerstone in the biblical language. The cornerstone is not to build a temple, but to build the institutions of justice, fairness, and compassion. All right. So this is
but when the Al-Aqsa Mosque, at great cost, was built, I'm not sure when it was built.
Yeah.
On the Temple Mount.
Yeah.
There was obviously an understanding by Muslims that this would not go well with the Jews, right, who were going to be seeking a new temple right there.
No, because the Jews were kicked out of that place. In Byzantine Rome, not a single Jewish family resided in Jerusalem. It was the Muslims who rehabilitated them back in Jerusalem. So why would the Muslims who built the Al-Aqsa Mosque on Temple Mount be worried about the Jewish response? Because the land did not belong to the Jews any longer. It was empires.
Yeah, and I think there are Jews today who believe that.
Yeah.
Like anti-Zionist Jews, some of whom reside in Israel, say like this is really properly the regime of the Arab peoples, right? And so that you would agree with those people. And they're waiting for a Messiah to come or whatever. And until then, they want to be peaceable citizens, in a sense, of a Muslim kingdom. And they don't think what America and Zionism is doing makes any sense. And so that would be compatible with what you're saying, right?
Yeah, what I'm saying in effect is this. The time of the Jewish people has expired. They will not be kings anymore. The times of the Arabic people has expired. They will not be kings anymore. The times of the Turkic people has expired. They will not be tenants or kings anymore. These tenants are expired. Now God is wanting new tenancy, new people. It could be the Chinese, it could be Russians, or it could be Americans. If anybody wants to be the new tenants in the Holy Land, you better work with the Quran, and God will make a kingdom out of you for the next 500 years.
But why? What if the Catholic or Christian self-understanding is we don't want to be kings in that sense?
Then
we
you will
actually
not have it.
are
As simple as that. You won't have it.
happy to be under the. Do you know what I mean? Like Christianity, in many ways, the Christian self-understanding is that the age of the martyrs was the greatest time of the church. Like it was tough when Rome converted because now you have this worldliness, which probably Islam doesn't really have this idea of worldliness. You know what I mean? That we tend to be not legalistic, right? We tend to favor freedom over legalism, and say like we would say we try to understand the spirit of things rather than the letter of things. That's a definite difference between Muslims and Catholics, right?
Ben, I have to actually excuse myself. I mean, because I've got something to do right now.
Of course, yeah, sure.
Okay, and it's you don't believe me, I've really enjoyed talking to you and your beautiful daughter.
No, I mean same here.
And your people from your channel. I mean, it's been really wonderful talk with you. I would love to continue to talk. Okay, in the future. You have my email on my channel description. Okay, Prophet Daniel Has Spoken description. You have my email there, and also my email is available on my website here, my Quran website here. Please email me, and we will get in touch, and we will put some topics that we can do discussions on in the future. So I would love to see this friendship build. And this dialogue.
Just
continue.
so you know, you're going to get people who are going to tell you I'm one of the worst people in the world. It's
Don't
all
worry about it.
It's all lies.
Don't
but
worry
like
about
I think you understand as Muslim.
People
like,
talk to me like that. What can you do? People are people. You know, they did not spare Jesus. Jesus was, spoken like that. So what can you do? What do you expect? What should I expect?
They're going to tell you that my daughter and I engage in acts that are heinous.
Don't worry about it.
So it's
just we understand the way the world functions these days and the mentality of the people. But what I do recommend, what I do ask people is, do your duty, hit the like, do a sub if you haven't subscribed, and engage. So also engage on my channel, sub my channel, Prophet Daniel Has Spoken. You know what? I need your help and support. To do what? To defeat atheism. My hench is against atheism. All right, I'm an expert against atheism, and I've written books against atheism. Like the themes in my book, they revolve around atheism. And the guy that's famous in America right now, Justin Deconstruction Zone, DC Debates, he owes me a debate, and he's currently not responding to my emails because my subscribers are so low. Who will give any heed to a guy who only has 200 subscribers? So
let me make one suggestion to you. There's a guy named Manar Reports. He is one of the funniest. You bring the kind of calm scholarship. he's Muslim. He's a wonderful guy, but he's supercharged. Like he's almost out of control. You guys would be a great team. And I do love Minar, but he, accuses me of everything under the sun, but he's a great-hearted guy. It might bring that, if you know what I mean, like the kind of drama.
We can try.
Which can be fun and can get you a lot more viewers.
We can absolutely
but
try.
He will inevitably accuse you of everything under the sun.
Yeah, no problem. I can deal with everybody. So don't worry about it.
I get that.
I'm built for this job, so I can deal with anybody and everybody. So all I'm saying, Grace and Ben, father and daughter, you're beautiful people. I love talking to you, and do give shout out to your fans on your channels to sub my channel. And I'm looking forward to doing more debates. I've got debates coming up on modern day debates as well. So we will do something together. And I love your help and support because I want to take down Deconstruction Zone, Justin, DZ Debates, because he's causing havoc to Christianity right now in the West. I want to take him down. So with your help and support for the glory of God, do your business.
Yes.
Hit the like, sub if you have not subbed, and
ecumenical jihad.
Come and
ecumenical
engage.
jihad.
Absolutely, that's the phrase to go with. Ecumenical jihad. So all the best, guys. Thank you. God bless you all.
Thank you.
And soon, please write me emails. I'm looking forward to your emails, and we'll set up something. Ben and Grace. Bye. Whoa, what's going on? How was it taken over, man? Stream, okay. Unbelievable. Did I go live or not? I don't know what just happened here, but yeah, that's fine. I hope my mom has seen it.
Muslim countries. It's just, there is.
Come to my stream. Poppy.
I love Minar, but he, accuses me of everything under the sun, but he's a great-hearted guy. It might bring that, if you know what I mean, like the kind of drama.
We can try.
Which can be fun and can get you a lot more viewers.
We can absolutely
he
try.
will inevitably accuse you of everything under the sun as well.
Yeah, no problem. I can deal with everybody. Don't worry about it. I'm built for this job, so I can deal with anybody and everybody. So all I'm saying, Grace and Ben, father and daughter, you're beautiful people. I love talking to you, and do give shout out to your fans on your channels to sub my channel. And I'm looking forward to doing more debates. I've got debates coming up on modern day debates as well. So we will do something together. And I love your help and support because I want to take down Deconstruction Zone, Justin, DZ Debates, because he's causing havoc to Christianity right now in the West. I want to take him down. So with your help and support for the glory of God, do your business. Hit the like, sub if you have not subbed, and
ecumenical jihad.
Engage.
Ecumenical jihad.
Absolutely, that's the phrase to go with. Ecumenical jihad. So all the best, guys. Thank you. God bless you all. And soon, please write me emails. I'm looking forward to your emails, and we'll set up something. Ben and Grace. Bye.
Look, I just have to say, as a modern American woman, Muslims can get a little laborious in their explanations of things. Okay, that's just me. Okay. Very nice guy. But I apologize if I zoned out a couple times. I just sometimes I just can't follow. I don't know, maybe it's just because I'm from a different time period. Let's keep going though. Come to my stream. Poppy. OBS stream. Blinded by rainbows and watching the wind blow. Do you sleep at night? I doubt it. Hello.
That was fun.
Yeah, that was good.
What a nice guy.
Very nice guy. Whoopsie.
Definitely a cultural difference.
Yeah.
But that's part of it, right? It's like, it's a different vibe. I have the feeling he can get lost in a kind of scholarly ghetto, right?
Yes.
And he may be okay with that, but I get the sense he really wants to not get lost in the minutia of the stuff, but really do what Minar's doing.